Yankee Stadium is a place filled with incredible memories. And today it welcomes home the great players of the past who created many of the moments that are forever etched in the minds of Yankee fans everywhere. The YES Network is proud to bring you live coverage of the 58th annual New York Yankees Old Timers Day. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Fred Hickman here in our YES studios, and let's quickly set the lineup for you. After the individual introductions of this year's Old Timers, Diana Munson will throw out the ceremonial first pitch in commemoration of the 25th anniversary of the tragic passing of her husband, former Yankees captain Thurman Munson. That'll be followed by the traditional Old Timers game, and then at 4 o'clock, it's the Yankees against the Devil Rays. And we'll send you out to Yankee Stadium right after this break.
Well, fans, as you can see, it's a beautiful day here at Yankee Stadium, and fans on hand for the 58th annual Old Timers Day. And they're going to see legendary Hall of Famers like Yogi Berra, former Yankees like Joe Pepitone, and several others. Goose Gossage will be on hand. Greg Nettles, outstanding third baseman of the 70s. Louisiana Lightning. And Mel Stottlemyre getting out of a classic vehicle on a classic day here at Yankee Stadium. And former MVPs will be on hand, like Phil Rizzuto, 1950 American League MVP. And the New York Yankees Old Timers game is presented by Samsung. Excellence is within everything we create. Retired numbers of the Yankee greats. Fans on hand out at Monument Park before this afternoon's Old Timers Day, which will be followed by the Yankees and the Devil Rays in the regular game. And several of the Old Timers on hand, and the Yankee dugout waiting to be introduced just one more time. 58th annual Old Timers Day, and there's Yogi Berra, one of the Yankee legends. Yankee history extends throughout the eras, and this afternoon will be several generations of fans on hand to see the Yankee greats of the past on a beautiful day here at the big ballpark in the Bronx. There's Joe Pepitone, who has a bat in his hand. He'll get a chance this afternoon at home plate as several of the other Yankees will play in the Old Timers game. Dave LaPointe, a lefty from the not too distant past, will be on hand. I'm sure he'll hit the mound. And Steve Bye-Bye Balboni, one of the greatest nicknames in Yankee history. Power hitter from the past will be here today as well. And as we get ready for the introductions, we'll turn it over to the voice of Yankee Stadium, a longtime voice of Yankee Stadium, Bob Shepard, will make the introductions for this afternoon here at Yankee Stadium.
Old Timers Day is presented by Fuji Film. Please direct your attention now.
She wants to hear what's going on here. Normally she doesn't want to hear that. Okay.
And join the Yankees in welcoming our two MCs, WCBS radio announcer John Sterling and YES Network broadcaster Michael Kay.
Thank you, Bob. And good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 58th annual Old Timers Day ceremonies. As you well know, the New York Yankees are the most renowned sports franchise in the history of sports. Think about this. The Yankees have won 26 world championships and 39 American League pennants. No other baseball team has won more than 9. They've dominated the baseball world over the last century by appearing in nearly 40% of all the World Series ever played. And they placed a record 24 players into the Hall of Fame. The accomplishments of this franchise have been nothing less than remarkable.
Isn't it amazing, on a day that we celebrate the legacy of this unbelievable franchise, that when we wake up this morning and we look up in the newspaper, the New York Yankees are in first place, and they have the best record in baseball. And today, we honor some of the players who have made the Yankee pinstripes the most popular uniform in sports. You know, the home white pinstripes with the interlocking blue NY on the left chest, number on the back, no name, of course, it's not needed. All of these players, each in their own special way, have created some sort of memory for you, the fans. Each of them has contributed to this legend known as New York Yankees baseball. And today, we welcome them home to the most historical place in sports, Yankee Stadium. The Yankees invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the festivities today. We hope that each of you will leave with another chapter of memories to add to an already lengthy book of Yankees magic. Let's begin the introductions. Our first player spent 2 of his 12 big league seasons as a Yankee pitcher from 1989 to 1990. He's an upstate New York native, and he is now the pitching coach for the minor league Long Island Ducks. Please welcome back Dave LaPointe.
Our second guest was a hard-hitting outfielder and an integral part of the 1978 World Championship team. He later became my first broadcast partner in 1989, my first year with the Yanks. He now broadcasts college baseball out on the West Coast. Say hello to a unique individual, the Jaybird, Jay Johnstone.
Next up, we have a guy who had 2 separate stints in pinstripes from 1981 through 1983, and then from 1989 through 1990. He was a power hitter who split time between first base and designated hitter. Nowadays, he's a coach in the Cardinals farm system. Let's welcome back Steve Bye-Bye Balboni.
Our fourth guest is making his first ever appearance at Old Timers Day. And when you see this guy, you'll say, he is a young timer. You'll remember him from the Yankee teams in the early 90s as a lefty hitting DH and first baseman. He set a major league record for the fewest at-bats for 10 home runs in his rookie year. He had a total of 21 in his rookie year. Please give a warm welcome to Kevin Moss.
Well, this Tampa native pitched 4 seasons for the Yankees from 1990 through 1993. After a 10-year major league career, he joined the Yankees in 1997 as a pitching instructor. Now he's in his 3rd season as the Yankees bullpen coach. Ladies and gentlemen, let's meet and greet Rich Monteleone.
Well, like Rich, this next guy was a relief specialist for the Yankees during the late 60s. In 1967, he was the ace of the bullpen. He led the team with 18 saves and 65 appearances. Let's give a hand to Dooley Womack.
This next guest spent 3 seasons as a Yankee from 1978 to 1980. He had one of the greatest postseasons in the history of baseball, the 1978 World Series. He batted .438, 7 hits, 2 RBIs while filling in for the injured Willie Randolph. Please say hello to Brian Doyle.
This southpaw was 20 years old when the Yankees called him up to the big leagues in 1961. In 9 seasons with the Yanks, he posted a 72 and 57 record. He pitched in 2 World Series and he made the All-Star team once. From Trenton, New Jersey, left-hander Al Downing.
Our next guest had 2 stints in the Bronx in the late 70s and then the early 80s, and he was part of 2 pennant-winning teams. A low ball hitter who crouched on top of the plate. Yankee Stadium was perfect for him. He also had an unbelievable hairdo. You know him, Oscar Gamble.
This right-hand relief pitcher was another great closer in the long line of great Yankee closers on pennant and championship teams. He pitched for the Yanks from 1958 to 1961, and what a character. He would come in with those Coke bottle glasses, throwing 100 miles an hour, and he'd hit the screen with his first warm-up pitch. That would intimidate the opponents, and it'd fire up the fans. He pitched in the 1958 and 60 World Series, picking up the save in Game 3 of the 58 series when the Yankees came from 3-1 down to win it. Please welcome Ryan Duran.
This next guest had a penchant for coming off the bench and coming up with big hits. He spent parts of 6 seasons with the Yankees from 1996 to 2001. And coincidentally, the Yankees won the World Series in 4 of those 6 years. And who could forget that big hit he got to win the 2000 World Series against the New York Mets. Now, he's in his first season as a Yankees third base coach. I can't believe he's an old-timer. Always a crowd favorite, Luis Sojo.
Our next guest is a local product out of Seton Hall University. He spent 18 years in the big leagues, 7 with the Yanks. Later, he went on to become a television and radio broadcaster, owner and president of the minor league Newark Bears, and now he started up a big real estate firm. You know him. Give him a welcome back. Here's Rick Cerrone.
Well, this Yankee came over from the Houston Astros in a trade during the 1977 season, and he would remain a Bronx Bomber until 1979. In his 3 seasons, he had 20 home runs and 380 at-bats. In fact, on June 30th of 1977, he hammered 3 consecutive home runs, and 2 of them were in the 8th inning. Great guy off the bench. Let's greet Cliff Johnson.
Well, this Yankee was known for his speed. In fact, he was probably the fastest man ever to play for the Yanks. During the 1977 championship season, he stole a team-high 22 bases. His speed also made him a tremendous defensive player. He was the team's center fielder from 1976 to 1979. Say hello to Mick the Quick Rivers.
Our next honored guest has done it all. He's the only person to serve the Yankees as a player, a scout, a coach, a manager, and a general manager. He played shortstop for 7 seasons with the Yankees. And as a front office executive, he has helped mold what you have been enjoying the last 10 years. Currently, he is the Yankees vice president and senior advisor. Let's welcome the Stick, G. Michael.
There have been only 10 no-hitters thrown by a Yankee in the history of this illustrious franchise. And this next player through one of them. It was a cloudy Saturday afternoon, September 4th, 1993. The opposing team, the Cleveland Indians. This lefty pitched one of the most inspiring games you'll ever see, pacing the Yankees to a 4-0 win. Last year, the fans gave him a rousing ovation in his first Old Timers Bay. Well, he's back. One of the most courageous athletes you'll ever meet. Say hello to Jim Abbott.
Well, this next player hit two of the most dramatic home runs in Yankee World Series history. The most memorable came in Game 4 of the 1996 World Series against Mark Wohlers. It tied the game after the Yankees had been down 6-0 to the Atlanta Braves. And it really started this run that the Yankees have been on. That shot changed the complexion of the entire series as the Yankees went on to win that series 4-2. Fans, let's welcome the King, Jim Leyritz.
When this Yankee came over in a trade from Kansas City in 1959, he'd been a second baseman and a third baseman. He was soon converted into an outfielder and played there from 1959 through 1966. He played in 5 World Series and gave the Yankees tremendous depth in the outfield and a great pinch hitter off the bench. Once again, welcome back, Hector Lopez.
This Yankee was a September call-up in the 1961 championship season, and then he would remain with the Yankees until 1969. He won the American League Rookie of the Year award in 1962 and batted .321 with 4 ribbies during the 1962 World Series. Please, let's say hello to Tom Tresh.
Well, every great catcher has to have a backup catcher who can help out when he's called on, like John Flaherty does for Jorge Posada. This fella is a real old-timer. He played catcher for the Bronx Bombers for 9 years, from 1948 to 1956. He played in the 1949 World Series, a series the Yankees won in 5 games over the Brooklyn Dodgers. Yeah, he played in back of Yogi, but he contributed to so many world championships. Please say hello to Charlie Silvera. Now, at this time, let us send it back upstairs to the legendary voice of Yankee Stadium, Mr. Bob Shepard.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise? Let us now spend a few moments in silent prayer as we remember those members of both the Yankees family and the baseball family who have been lost since last Old Timers Day. Charlie Devens, Earl Batty, Ivan Calderon, Ken Coleman, Spider Jorgensen, Joan Kroc, Marge Schott, Paul Owens, Claude Passot, Mickey McDermott, William T. Young, Maximo S. Leon, Lou Berberet, Charlie Fox, Ken Brett, Tug McGraw, Bobby Bonds, Warren Spahn, and President Ronald Reagan. And now please be seated.
Thank you, Bob. Now let's continue with the program. This right-hand pitcher came to the Yanks in a trade from the Baltimore Orioles in 1954 and played with the Bronx Bombers until 1962. He pitched in 5 fall classics, had a 4-3 record in World Series play. He led American League pitchers in wins in 1958 with 21, en route to both the Cy Young Award and the World Series MVP. In the 58 series against Milwaukee, the Yankees trailed 3-1. He pitched in all 3 games, starting and winning and saving the other 2. Welcome back, one of the top righties in Yankee history, Bullet Bob Turley.
This left-hander spent 4 seasons in the Yankees bullpen and compiled a 22-10 record. His best season was 1961 when he went 15-5 with a 2.19 ERA to earn a spot on the American League All-Star team. He pitched in 2 World Series and picked up the win in Game 3 of the '61 Fall Classic. Let's welcome Luis Arroyo.
Now here's a very valuable member of the Yanks in the early 60s. His best season was 1961. He hit 21 home runs. And in the World Series that year against the Reds, he had 2 really important home runs. The first in the 8th inning of Game 3 to tie the game. And then he crushed a 2-run home run in the deciding Game 5 as the Yankees won 4-1. Welcome back, Johnny Blanchard.
This Brooklyn native is one of the most charismatic individuals in the game of baseball. He was the Bronx Bombers' first baseman from 1962 to 1969, and he led the Yankees in RBIs 3 times. He played in 2 fall classics, and in Game 6 of the '64 series, he cracked a grand slam to lead the Yankees to an 8-3 win over the St. Louis Cardinals. You know him, you love him, Joe Pepitone.
Our next guest is a lifetime Yankee. He had a very successful 15-year big league career, which was spent entirely in pinstripes. During this period, he was one of the American League's best switch hitters. He was a 2-time world champion, made the All-Star team twice. A very soft-spoken, dignified leader. He's now the Yankees' first base coach. He's one of your favorites, Roy White.
Get that picture out there with the hair up there.
Next up, a former Yankee third baseman. And that doesn't say enough about this guy. The Yankees have had some incredible third basemen in their history, and he started an incredible string. His great defense made him a critical part of the great Yankee teams of the early 1960s. He had unbelievable reactions, a sure glove, and a great arm, which helped the Yankees get to the World Series in 5 of his 8 seasons in pinstripes. Let's have a nice, warm welcome for Mr. Clete Boyer.
Our next member of the Yankees family was the ace of the pitching staff for 11 seasons. He was named to the AL All-Star team 5 times. He was called up late in 1964 and immediately made an impact, going 9-3 and helping the Yankees win the American League pennant. He led Yankee pitchers in wins in 7 out of his 11 big league seasons. Today, he is, bar none, the best pitching coach in the game, Mel Stottlemyre.
Next up, a mainstay in the Yankees middle infield for 13 years. This second baseman was named to the American League All-Star team 6 times. He's the Yankees co-captain during the late 1980s and has played more games at second base than any Yankee in franchise history. A 6-time All-Star, a 2-time world champion. He is currently the Yankees bench coach. You know who he is. He's from Brooklyn, Willie Randolph.
Well, earlier, we introduced Ryne Duren. Well, here is Ryne Duren of another era, one of the greatest closers in baseball history. He was intimidating and overpowering with his explosive fastball that was measured between 95 and 100 miles an hour. He's 3rd on the Yankees all-time save list with 151. He made the American League All-Star team 4 teams while wearing pinstripes. You know him. Let's hear his nickname. Here is Rich Goose Gossett.
This next player had a long career with the Yankees from 1973 to 1983. He had 20 or more home runs in 8 of his 11 seasons in the Bronx. He smashed 37 home runs, collected 107 RBIs, and he won the Gold Glove Award. That's all during the 1977 season. You talk about great third baseman. This guy was magic at the hot corner. Ladies and gentlemen, Greg Nettles.
Our next guest is a big fan favorite at the stadium and a very close buddy of both Michael's and mine. His affiliation with the Yankee organization has spanned 5 decades. He came up as a rookie in 1965 and enjoyed a long 17-year playing career. A 5-time All-Star who appeared in 2 American League Championship Series and 1 World Series. In 1983, he hung up his cleats for the microphone and has been a Yankees broadcaster ever since. Say hello to Bobby Mercer.
My guys right here. Hi, Cletus. How are you, baby? Hi, Goose. Man. How you, baby?
This next old-timer spent 5 years as a Yankee, and he pitched in 4 fall classics. In World Series play, he won 3 games and had a 2.67 ERA. And on October 8th, 1956, he turned in one of the greatest pitching performances in the history of Major League Baseball, as he pitched a perfect game in Game 5 of the World Series against the Dodgers. No one has ever come close again. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Don Larson.
Hey, Don. How are you, brother?
This next old-timer was a big, muscular player, a staple of the Yankees infield in the late 50s and early 60s. He hit more than 20 home runs in 4 of his 9 seasons with the Bronx Bombers. In 1961, he was part of the trio, along with Mickey and Roger, who hit 143 home runs. He was the All-Star team 6 times in his 14-year career. Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Moose Skowron.
This next Yankee made his big league debut 56 years ago in September of 1948. And he stroked 3 singles in his first 3 at-bats before 60,000 fans at this ballpark, Yankee Stadium. He's a former Marine and was a natural leader in the Yankees clubhouse, a reliable outfielder who played hard every single day. He helped the Yankees get to the World Series in 9 out of 10 seasons between 1949 and 1958. Let's have a nice, warm welcome for Hank Bauer.
This lefty pitcher spent his entire 14-year career as a Yankee from 1975 to 1988. In 1978, he had one of the greatest seasons in the history of Major League Baseball. He won the Cy Young with a 25-3 record and an ERA of 1.74. He holds the franchise record for strikeouts in a single game with 18 against the Angels in 1978. Last year, he became the most recent addition to Yankee Stadium's famed Monument Park and had his number 49 retired. Ladies and gentlemen, Louisiana Lightning, Ron Guidry.
This man was the heart and soul of the Yankees from 1982 to 1995. He won 9 Gold Gloves. He was a 6-time All-Star. He won the American League MVP in 1985. He hit over 20 home runs 5 times in his career and hit over 30 3 times. He won the American League batting title in 1984 with a .343 batting average. He might very well be the most beloved athlete in the history of New York sports. He's now in his first season as a Yankee hitting coach. Number 23, Donnie Baseball, Donald Arthur Mattingly.
Next, don't worry, you'll be standing again soon. Next is a resident of Cooperstown who thrived when it meant the most. He was at his best in October, and in his 5 years with the Yankees, he led the team to 4 divisional titles, 3 AL pennants, and 2 world championships. Who will ever forget Game 6 of the 1977 World Series when he hit 3 home runs in consecutive at-bats? He was inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame in 1993. Please welcome Mr. October, Reggie Jackson.
That's your club, Bruce.
Our next guest is not only one of the greatest pitchers of all time, but he's probably the greatest Yankees pitcher ever. He was a crafty left-hander from Queens who became the 1961 Cy Young Award winner. He had a lifetime record of 236 wins, 106 losses, which gives him the highest winning percentage of any pitcher in the 20th century. He holds the World Series record for wins, consecutive scoreless innings, and strikeouts. The penultimate big game pitcher. It's the chairman of the board, Edward Charles Whitey Ford.
Our next member of the Hall of Fame was a Yankee player from 1946 to 1963. He was selected to the American League All-Star team in every season from 1948 to 1962. With 14 appearances in the Fall Classic, he's played in more World Series than anyone in history. He's in the top 10 in most Yankees batting categories and is a 10-time world champion. Number 8, Lawrence Peter Yogi Berra.
Our final guest is one of the more colorful characters in baseball history. Upon graduation from Richmond Hill High School in Brooklyn, he tried out the other two New York teams, the Dodgers and the Giants, and both teams told him he was too small. The Yankees gave him a shot, and what a great shot that was. Not only did he become one of the greatest shortstops in the franchise 100-year history, but he also earned himself a place in baseball's Hall of Fame. He led the Yankees to 9 American League pennants, 7 World Series, and after his playing career ended in 1956, he moved into the broadcast booth and became one of the best broadcasters in baseball history. Holy cow, it's the Scooter, the Rizzuto. Ladies and gentlemen, every man on the first base and third base line has contributed to the legacy of this unbelievable franchise and contributed to the 26 world championships that makes this the greatest sports franchise in the world. Let's give them one more hand.
Fans, today, another plaque will be posthumously dedicated in one of the most revered places in sports, Yankee Stadium's Monument Park, in honor of Red Ruffing. Now, many of you may not be aware of the tremendous accomplishments of Red Ruffing, who was a Yankees pitcher from 1930 through 1942, and then when he returned home from military service from 1945 through 1946. Red Ruffing won more games, pitched, started, and completed more games, pitched more innings, struck out more batters than any right-hand pitcher in Yankees history. He's a member of the Baseball Hall of Fame and was also probably the greatest hitting pitcher in baseball history. Today, we're pleased to have with us today Red Ruffing's family. His son, Charles Ruffing Jr., and daughter-in-law, Judy, his grandson, Charles Ruffing III, and Robert Ruffing, and his granddaughter, Jacqueline Ruffing, and his granddaughter-in-law, Mia Ruffing. We'd like to ask all of the Ruffing family to join us now on the field.
At this time, we would ask all of the players present today who have a plaque at Monument Park Ron Guidry, Don Mattingly, Reggie Jackson, Whitey Ford, Phil Rizzuto, and Yogi Berra to step forward and approach the plaque. And they will now unveil the plaque immortalizing the career of another Yankee great, Red Ruffing.
Now, once again, we'll send it back upstairs to the voice of Yankee Stadium, Bob Shepard, who's another member of Monument Park, to read the inscription.
Ladies and gentlemen, the plaque inscription reads, Charles Herbert Red Ruffing, New York Yankees, 1930 through 1942, 1945 through 1946, U.S. Army Air Division, 1943 through 1945. The Yankees' all-time leader in wins by a right-handed pitcher with 231, the only pitcher in franchise history to compile 4 consecutive 20-win seasons from 1936 to 1939, when he led the Yankees to 4 straight world championships. A durable pitcher, he holds the Yankees record for most complete games with 261. One of the greatest hitting pitchers of all time, he established a major league record for pitchers by batting 300 or better in 8 seasons. Inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame in 1967. Dedicated by the New York Yankees, July 10th, 2004.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard. And at this time, ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise? And please direct your attention to the microphone to my right and welcome Cheryl Howard, the daughter of the late Yankees catching great Elston Howard, and she will now sing our national anthem.
So proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. That
An inspiring rendition of our national anthem by Cheryl Howard, whose father Elston is one of the great Yankees of all time. Great catcher, back in the 60s with the Yankees, and a former Yankee MVP. As the old timers depart the field, for now they will be back for an old timers game in just a few moments. Yankee greats will take the field once again here at the big ballpark in the Bronx. Stay tuned as the Yankees play the old timers. We'll be back in just a moment. The Old Timers game is brought to you by Samsung. Excellence is within everything we create. Packed house on hand here at Yankee Stadium. First, they're going to see the Old Timers game, the 58th annual Old Timers game that will feature several of the Yankee greats of the past, and that game will be followed by the Yankees and the Devil Rays. And of course, our colleague, as you saw him introduced a few moments ago, is on the field, and we know he's mic'd up. They can probably hear us. That will be Bobby Mercer, one of the all-time Yankee greats. Bobby, can you hear me?
Hi, Kenny. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing fine, thank you. Are you ready to go?
Oh, we're ready to go. I tell you what, the field looks terrific. It's in great shape. There's a big crowd here, and I'm sitting next to a couple of my big idols here, Gene Michael, the Stick Michael, and also Don Manning, the Donnie Baseball. And you don't mind if I talk to them a minute, do you?
You go right ahead, Bobby. Whatever you want to do. It's your day.
We're all going to be walking out with Diane here in just a second. She's going to throw out the first pitch. But, hey, Stick, can you let us in on a little bit of information? You know, I heard that introduction about the vice president, baseball operations, or the super scout, or whatever it is. Are the Yankees, in your opinion, do you think the Yankees will add something to this ball club before the season's over with?
I'll say it this way, probably the best way you can put it is that we're going to look at it, try to add it if we think it's necessary. And if one of those good ones are available, and naturally there's going to be somebody available, I think if it's the right fit for us, we're going to do it. It depends on a couple of our pitchers, though. If they come on, a couple of pitchers come on this next month, or a couple of weeks, whatever it is, that could change. But right now, yeah, I think we're going to look at it.
Let me ask you this, what's the special about being here Old Timers Day and wearing the pinstripes? What is special about it for you?
It's fun. It's always fun, Old Timers Day.
Oh, I thought you were going to say being with me.
It is, Bob. You're a big part of it. There's so many players it's fun to see. You know, you don't get to see them maybe once a year or twice a year. But it's a nice thing. See the players you played with, some of them against, see how they've come along in their lives. The Yankees are the only one that really has an Old Timers Day left.
Yeah.
Several of the old traditional teams, the Phillies, the Tigers, the Cleveland Indians, Boston, they always had their old timers game, and they would draw more people, but that's waned. And now I think we're left with the only old timers.
Hey, Kenny, Sticks is the skipper today, and he's got me playing right field. So, you know, my normal position was left field. Right field today. I think I'm going to feel more comfortable out there.
Well, Bobby, my advice is to play deep and cut across.
Don't worry. Don't worry about that. In fact, they may have to get me out of the first row in right field.
Now, are you guys going to be in the field first or hitting first?
I think we're going to be in is this the home team over here?
Yeah.
So we're in the field first.
Okay.
So we'll be in the field first, and the other side will be hitting first. But it's a beautiful day. I tell you what, it's just absolutely fabulous, and a lot of guys are here.
Now we're going to take it to Michael Kay.
Please direct your attention now to the pitcher's mound as we welcome back a number of our alumni and Thurman Munson's teammates who are here today. Oscar Gamble. Gene Michael. Goose Gossage. Ron Guidry. Cliff Johnson. Willie Randolph. Roy White. Greg Nettles. Reggie Jackson. Brian Doyle. Joe Pepitone. Mickey Rivers. Mel Stoudemire. And Bobby Mercer. We also welcome to the mound another special guest and good friend of Thurman Munson. He was a long-time Yankees outfielder. He had 295 during his tenure in pinstripes. Now he is one of the best managers in the game today. He was one of the most popular Yankees ever, and now is the manager of the visiting Tampa Bay Devil Rays. Ladies and gentlemen, Lou Piniella. Now please direct your attention to the Diamond Vision scoreboard in right center field as we remember our captain, Thurman Munson.
The catcher, number 15, Thurman Munson, number 15.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the Yankees mark the 25th anniversary of Thurman Munson's passing, the ceremonial first pitch of today's Old Timers game will be thrown out by Thurman's wife. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a warm round of applause for Mrs. Diana Munson.
Are you loose?
Fans, it is hard to believe that it's been 25 years since the tragic passing of Thurman Munson. Great Yankee captain back in the 70s. Yankee MVP. His wife Diana.
Our Baseball Hall of Fame broadcaster,
renewing acquaintances with the Yankees of that era on the mound as she threw out the first pitch. Thurman Munson, one of the greatest competitors in the history of the game. That is his son Michael, who prior to the ceremonies here this afternoon went out to Monument Park and in front of his father's plaque proposed to his fiancee Michelle. So an extra special afternoon here for the Munson family. 25 years after the passing of Michael's dad, he proposes to Michelle in Monument Park right here at the big ballpark in the Bronx. Special day for Michael and Michelle, and certainly for Diana Munson, as she gets to see the Yankees of that era once again and is honored by the fans here at Yankee Stadium. Yes, indeed, it is a special afternoon once again at Yankee Stadium. Just about every day is a special afternoon here at Yankee Stadium, or special nights when the Yankees play, but of course Old Timers Day, this being the 58th annual, even more special with the honoring of Thurman Munson. A few moments here, the Old Timers will be taking to the field and getting ready to participate in a short game here. Certainly not the 9 innings that they were used to playing in years gone by, but maybe 2 or 3, as the Yankees will split up sides and participate in a game that will be slower paced, I would think, Bobby, than it has been in the past.
Well, I hate to say it, but it's kind of a baseball game in slow motion, okay? I'll tell you what, just trying to throw this ball to stick down there, it's not an easy task.
Well, Bobby, I told you last night that be careful. We don't want you to hurt yourself. And just have fun.
Don't worry. I'll tell you what, I look up here and I see all the fans and this beautiful stadium and the green grass and all the teammates, the players that played here. I tell you, it's quite a day. It's a special day, you know, because these guys, when they're playing together, I mean, they're with each other, you know, 24 hours a day. You know that, Kenny. You play that. It's just like being on the family. And then when the career's over with, you know, you don't get a chance to ever see them again until Old Timers Day rolls around.
It has to be very, very special.
It is special, and what's really special about it is the memories. And it's not only for us, but it's also for the fans. You know, when they see a number that they recognize, something of that sort, I mean, it's a great opportunity for all of us to, you know, remember, and just remember the good times and what happened here, and for the fans and also for the players.
Well, we know, we both know that Yankee greatness spans several generations, and to see Yankees from the 50s and the 60s and the 70s and the 80s and on into the 90s, it has to be special for just about any type of fan who would be in the ballpark today.
No doubt about that. And, you know, see Donnie Baseball over here. You know, Donnie, he's in pretty darn good shape. You know, he may go deep today. Now, I will let you in on a little secret.
Yeah.
Roy White and Willie Randolph, they've been taking some extra BP, you know, with the ball club. So look for them to put up some pretty big numbers for the team this year.
Well, how about you and your batting coach?
He's, you know, right now, I had a little conference with him before the game. We went off and meditated and talked about a couple of things beforehand, and we feel very confident and we feel ready at this point.
Now, of course, we're talking about Alex Rodriguez, the Yankee current third baseman, and he and you have been working out together to get ready for this. Has been more mental or physical preparation for this game?
The last 5 days, Kenny, has been mental preparation.
Okay.
Before that, I was working physically, you know, working out physically and working on my strength and the quickness of my stroke. I think the real key today, to tell you the truth, will be what kind of bat speed I can generate through the strike zone.
Okay.
I think if I can get it up to like 25 miles an hour or 30 or something like that, I may have a chance.
Well, you better hope the pitcher's throwing like 19 or 17.
I tell you. I'm sorry, Hank. It's all my arm can do, by the way.
Hey, Bobby, on more of a special note, how about Diana Munson being on the field on the mound there with all of you guys from the late 70s?
Tell you what, it brought tears to my eyes. It was really an emotional time for us at this particular time because of Diane being here and, you know, his former teammates surrounding the mound. And, you know, when you think about it, I can't believe it's 25 years, you know, in August that Thurman was tragically taken away from us. And it just seems like only yesterday that that this happened. So
I mentioned that it's hard to believe it's been 25 years, but you were a big hero that night, the first game after the funeral.
Well, you know what, Kenny? You never know why things happen in life, and I can never explain what happened that night, other than the fact that I wished I hadn't had a chance to do it.
I understand what you mean, Bobby. I certainly do. Have fun.
Okay. Hank, I got a pretty good. If I hit you today, wouldn't even make a bruise on you.
25-22.
Well, the Yankees are about ready to take the field here. Of course, it'll be the Yankees on both sides, but a familiar face is on the mound. And getting ready and warming up. And with that classic windup, I don't know if he still has that great slider, but I can tell you back in the late 70s and the early 80s, there was none better in the game. And that's Louisiana Lightning, Ron Guidry, who's all set and ready to go.
Hey, Kenny.
Tell me.
Look on the monitor, see if I'm playing in the right position.
I can see from up here in the booth, Bobby, you are maybe 2 more steps deeper.
Oh, good.
There you go.
Tell you what, it's pretty hard to see out here. Now I can see what Sheffield and Matsui are dealing with.
Yeah.
Hold up.
Brian Doyle is at the plate, and our colleague Michael Kay has rejoined us from the field, where he did his usual good job of the introductions this afternoon.
Hey, attaboy.
Ground ball at Don Mattingly, a former Gold Glover. Somebody you grew up watching. Michael made a tremendous play at first base on Brian Doyle.
You know, what new about that?
Yep.
He's an unbelievable first baseman, and ever since he's been coming back to the old timers, he gets one of the biggest hands.
And well deserved. As you see him flash his defensive brilliance once again here at the stadium.
How about Kevin Moss being an old timer?
Hey, get it, Mickey. Yeah. You're quicker than I am.
You know, Moss gave me specific instructions to tell you that please don't call me an old timer. Just say I'm a new timer.
A new timer, okay. To tell me that.
He said because I know Kenny's going to be doing the game. He didn't know if I'd be up in time.
Look at these movements by Bobby Murr, still covering the ground. We're showing a replay right now of you, Bobby, going after that last ball.
Oh, good. Yeah, I have to go. You have to back him up, you know. Just in case it gets by him, I'm always. Where do you want me, Mick? Hey, hey. Hey. Where do you want me? Over here? Right there. Okay.
Oscar Gamble now at the plate. And this was popped up to the right side. And Don Mattingly puts it away for out number 2.
Oscar, the ratio man. All right.
You know, Bobby, we actually showed a replay of you in slow motion, and it didn't even seem like it was slow motion. You were moving so quick.
I don't want to pull a hamstring, you know. I still have to go to the plate, you know.
Bye-bye Balboni. Steve bye-bye Balboni at the plate, and Goose Gossage in pitching. He's still got a little heat. I can tell you for a fact, neither one of these first 2 guys, Guidry or Gossage, were fun to hit against.
Yeah, yeah, take your pick, right?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. I guarantee you Guidry could probably win you about 10 games. And the Goose will be in there saving those 10 games.
Yes. Well, you know the mindset is there.
Oh, there we go.
Well, this is hit well to left center.
What's Roy looking at Mickey for? Holy cow, I can see that coming. I can see it coming. Roy was looking over at Mickey for a lot of help. I've never seen Bye-Bye Balboni run like that. I have never seen that before.
Well, maybe it wasn't bye-bye, but it was worth a run here as it falls in between Roy White and Mickey Rivers. You know, that gap seems a lot larger than it used to be, Michael.
It takes a lot longer to close, I know that.
Now, Boney still got some power.
Yeah, that was a little pop to that one. Here's Cliff Johnson, who was known for his power in his day, and Jim Abbott, who authored a no-hitter in pinstripes, will take to the mound. 196 career home runs in Cliff Johnson's career.
I know Cliff's going to be trying to go deep.
He's going to find those fences a little further than they used to be.
Yo.
Bobby, there's a big gap in right center field between you and Mickey.
Yeah, I know it. I'm aware of that. Don't tell anybody.
Okay.
You know what? I'm looking around here, and Cliff will be all right. That's a heck of a dance, though, I'll tell you that. You know, I'm looking around here, and I don't know. It seems like it's a long ways out here. I don't remember it being this far.
Can you read that sign right behind you, Bobby?
Yeah, I know exactly what it means. No, I don't think I know that one.
It says hit it here, Bobby.
Yeah. Hit it over here, you mean?
You know, Cliff Johnson does hold the record for career pinch hit home runs. He hit 20 of them. 20 career pinch hit homers. That's production off the bench. Jim Abbott, as you might expect, trying to keep the ball down.
Whoa!
Jim Layrich with the stab.
Hey, how about that, ladies and gentlemen?
A hot shot. Layrich showing cat-like quickness. Now, he's not retired that long. He's not really an old-timer. So now we're going to have the big moment, Kenny.
Boy, Doc.
Here comes A-Rod.
Hey, Bobby, come on now. Come on now. You got to warm me up. Big day for you.
Listen, I didn't realize this, but when I was out there, it seemed to look farther than what I thought it used to be.
Well, the thing is, 314 is right with a Dr. Arthur. That's what you like. You're a hook hitter.
Oh.
So we're going to look for a fastball in.
Okay. Let me go down there and let me get myself
get loose.
prepared. I got to put the gloves on and everything like that. Okay.
Get nice and loose and relax your mind.
Thank you.
All right. All right, guys. I can't do it right now.
This is going to be good.
The big moment. I mean, we've been waiting for this for months. Bobby's gone through hitting coaches before, Kenny.
Yeah.
He got rid of Giambi. Last year was Matsui. Got rid of him. He takes none of the blame for not going deep. It's all on the hitting coach. So A-Rod's got a lot of pressure.
I wonder if he's in negotiations with one for a hitting coach for next year already.
Well, let's go through the years with Bobby, and they were not successful years home run wise. Sad. And this is as best as we got right there.
Got it.
Yeah, it's a long way to left center here at the stadium.
Got it.
Well, he certainly has the pressure on Alex Rodriguez. First year at the Yankees and then moving into this cauldron. It's just unfair.
You know, and when you know it, if Bobby gets the hit, he might have to face a left-hander at Dave LaPointe.
Yeah, but that'll help him keep his shoulder in.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes you concentrate a little more as a left-handed hitter, keeping that shoulder in. And
No. Singles don't do anything.
So, Bob, you don't even care for the single. You're just going to try to go yard.
What's the single going to do for anybody anymore? Singles don't do anything. This is a slugger's league that we're in.
Yeah.
You got to be able to lift the ball here at Yankee Stadium. It's only 314 down the right field line. I'm afraid my stroke's still pretty much geared for 296, but it's 314 down there. And hi, Louie. How are you? How'd I look in the warm-up today in batting practice? How'd I look? Do you think a couple of those would have gone out if they had hit the cage?
For a guy like you got to go deep all the time. That don't work.
Yeah.
It didn't work for me. So why is it going to work for you now when you're old? What? It don't make sense.
What do you consider old?
You?
Boy, you know how to build your teammates stuff, don't you?
Well,
you know, you and I are on the same team now.
Yeah, but that's different. Batting practice don't count.
Oh.
Now we're a real teammate.
Oh, so this is
this is the real stuff.
This is the real stuff. Okay. All right. Boy, oh boy.
Well, in his familiar leadoff spot, it's going to be Mick the Quick. Mickey Rivers could run him down in center field for the Yankees in days gone by.
You know, you knew that Rivers was a good ball player, but 295 career average. That's pretty neat. He could play.
I gotta make sure I got it going.
Part of the Yankees 77 and 78 championship teams. One of the best deals that the Yankees have ever made. They traded Bobby Bonds to the Angels for Mickey Rivers and Ed Figueroa, mainstays of that championship years.
Figueroa actually became a 20-game winner with the Yankees.
And it's weird because they traded Bobby to get Bobby Bonds, and then the next year they traded Bobby Bonds to get Rivers and Figueroa.
Look at the quick, will you?
He can fly.
My goodness. It's still there. Going down the line, leaving a trail of dust. He beats out an infield single.
Now you got Willie out, and Kenny, I got to be honest, Willie's in good shape, and he was taking some BP today. He might go yard.
I'll tell you, in these situations in the past, though, if you go back 25 years, Willie was looking to hit a line drive over second, and Mick the Quick would be at third. Oh!
Let's go. There it is. Come on, Johnny. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You're right, Michael.
Got some power.
Yeah.
Picked on some high gas. A little lower octane than it used to be.
I'm going to protect you. Don't worry about it.
Hey, Bobby.
Yeah.
The one thing that Mattingly has is you. I mean, Bonds. Barry Bonds doesn't have a Bobby Mercer behind him.
And you'll watch, you'll get pitched to, too.
Yeah.
They're going to pitch to him. But I'll tell you what, A-Rod, I don't know. I appreciate you being my coach, and I realize the pressure that you're under because the last 2 years I've had to get rid of my hitting instructors. And I'm only interested in going deep, you know what I'm saying?
I have a lot of faith in you. You just got to look for a pitch middle in and give me that good old Bobby Mercer classic swing over 314.
Now, what about the height of the pitch? Should I look for something low, something high, or what?
Something thigh high that you can just drop the hammer on because I have a lot of faith in you, and I have a lot of money riding in this.
Okay, well, I appreciate you working with me.
Now,
And
listen, I got a special bat for you.
What is it?
It's one of my bats, and it's hit in here.
Oh, hit it. Thanks for the thanks, Dave.
Go ahead.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Hit it right there now.
Right here.
Right there. Come on.
Said hit it here. You know what? I think he knows. Let's go, I'm ready, baby.
You don't want that.
Look, they're still trying to pitch me away. My hitting instructor told me to hit it here.
Nope.
What's new?
Hey, boy, Bobby, get a good pitch.
Oh, my Lee.
Nobody's covering.
Well, you know what? I didn't hit it there.
Boy.
I didn't hit it there. I got way out.
I should have drawn the circle way down here. I should have drawn the circle right here. And he hit it in the barrel. Bobby, I'm sorry.
You're sorry.
I had to draw the circle way down here.
Is that right? Well, you know what happened? I think I hit it right there. I hit it here?
I think you hit it right here.
Well, how far is that? That's not that far
That's
off,
not bad.
is
It's
it?
about 7 inches.
Well, that's not a big deal in baseball. Oh, brother.
Bobby, you might get another at bat.
Oh, I sure hope I get another at bat.
He threw you a little dead fish
Was I a little bit out in front?
Little out in front. Look how you took a little bit off his fastball.
Yeah.
But you look good. If you wait for that ball to back up a little bit, I think you have a shot.
You know what? I think my front shoulder flew out a little bit too soon, don't you think?
Just a little bit, but your hands look good. Good hand speed. Come on, Roy.
Bobby, tell A-Rod we just showed the replay of you grounded out, and he was right. It was a little off the end of the bat. Your front shoulder flew out. It looked like you had your eyes closed.
Oh, they're giving the replay. They said, yeah, my front shoulder flew out. I hit it off the end of the bat, and I had my eyes closed. You didn't say anything about my eyes.
Well, I can't see your eyes from here, but that's not a good indication.
Now you tell me.
Attaboy, Roy.
Why am I getting all this instruction that I should have got beforehand? I'm getting it after the at-bat.
Well, I trust so much in your ability that I was kind of letting you do your own thing. Just hit it here. That's all I wanted you to do.
Those are real comforting words. You know, they really are. I got a feeling we're going to get another chance to go deep.
Hey, Bobby, you know, he probably looked up your stats, and they're pretty good. I mean, you're a heck of a ball player, so he figured you knew what you were doing anyway.
Oh. They said that they agreed because I have great stats that, yeah, I'm a heck of a ball player, and I should have known what I should be doing anyway without any instructions. But you realize it's been 22 years?
It's been a long time for you, Bobby, but you look good still. Uh-oh.
Why couldn't I just hit one like that?
You know what's sad, Bobby?
What?
Is that you're keeping up a dialogue with A-Rod, and we all know he's dead man coaching right now. He's not coming back next year.
You notice you're not paying a whole lot of attention to me?
Bobby, you're on your own. You have a good point.
That's it.
I know.
The greatest player in baseball today, and they're dissing me already. Oh, lousy out, Joe. Yeah. Oh, brother. I'll tell you. It's pretty disheartening. I've been working on this thing for a year. I may get up again.
Let's hope so.
An interesting inning, but, you know, you can't hit a home run on the ground, Kenny. You got to lift the ball.
Well, actually, you can. Inside the park homer.
I don't think Bobby's doing that.
You guys want to know something? You guys want to know something? I lost my glove. Hey, I don't have a glove. Hey, Grady, can I use your glove or you need it? I'll use this one here.
This is why Old Timers Day is such a classic.
Okay, I got it ready. Hey, you want to know something?
What's that, Bob?
He dropped me like a hot potato. And you want to know something else?
What's that?
I think my ball went further than Don Mattingly's. How about that? Okay?
You know, Bobby, I think this might be a first.
What's that?
I think A-Rod might fire you.
I think you've been talking to Donald Trump. You know, that's the conspiracy that I'm working with now. Don't worry. I'll get another time at bat. Don't worry. Yeah, I know you're disappointed. So am I. Oh, it's so good to see you. How many Old Timers Day is this for you? How many times?
This is my first one. I've seen everyone on TV.
Congratulations. Congratulations. How about you? How many Old Timers? Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, hi. How are you? Smile.
Bobby running for mayor or playing right field today?
Thank you very much. Will you come back again? Good. Good. Thank you. And thanks for not being rowdy down here, too. Thank you. Okay.
Bobby's like the maitre d' at a big restaurant.
Oh, brother. You know, I think I've relaxed a little bit now, so I should be a lot better if I get up again.
The butterflies are gone now.
Yeah, they're gone. I'm a little tight.
Now, wait till tomorrow. You'll be a little tighter.
You're right about that. You got to keep the bleacher creatures in your favor, otherwise they get all over you.
Bobby, the bleacher creatures chant your name?
Oh, yeah. I love them out there. They're great. I swear to you, I'm not kidding. I really thought I was going to go deep that time at bat. I felt good. I got a little bit out in front. That, you know, we talked about it. The front shoulder flew a little bit too quick.
Well,
I think it was the full conscious swing that I pulled on it. Oh, well. It's always another year.
it's not like you take batting practice every day, Bobby. Don't feel that
Not
bad.
every day, once a year. Hey, really, check my ground ball compared to Mattingly's and see which one went further. I'm serious. Hey, wait a minute. We don't walk in this game. What is this?
Hey, Bobby, we're gonna check those ground balls.
Yeah, please do.
All
I mean,
right. Not yet, but we're going to try and get them pretty soon here.
Okay.
Well, Stoudemire takes the mound now, Bob.
Yeah. Oh, hey. Uh-oh. Yeah, I better move back. Yep. It's a good thing these monuments aren't out here anymore.
Remember, they used to be on the field,
Oh,
right?
no kidding, right out in here. See where 408 is? I don't know if you can see where 408 is, but right in that area, right there, just to the right side of the 408. They also had the flagpole there. The flagpole was there along with the 3 monuments. And there used to be a lot of drains out in here, too. You know, in the old stadium, you kind of got to run downhill and run uphill a little bit. Oh, the stick. Look at that. At least I didn't take a swing like that. Oh, brother. Vicky, you better move over. He can't pull the ball. Boy, this is beautiful grass out here. I'm not kidding.
You know, you were right about the drains, because isn't that how Mickey Mantle originally hurt his knee in one of the drains out there? That you know, now the fields, they don't need that.
Yeah, I know it. The drain, they used to have a couple of drains, you know, one right in this area here and one right over here. And I mean, it really had an indentation to it. I don't know what my lifetime home run ratio is against left-handers and right-handers, but why'd I have to face Dave LaPointe?
You know, I had mentioned that before you got up there, that, you know, you wait a whole year and they spring a left-hander on you. That's not fair.
Yeah.
It's wrong.
It is wrong. It'll be really wrong if Stick gets one out of the infield. That's my baby.
This could be 2.
Oh, this could be 3 or 4. The way he runs. Hey, Mickey. Hey. Hey, Mick.
Now, Bobby, we're gonna take a look at Mattingly's ground ball and then yours. We're gonna show replays right now.
Okay.
All right, we'll tell you how it works out.
All right.
All right, here's Donnie baseball.
Let's see where they field Donnie's.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we see that one.
We see that.
Okay.
Now we're going to see yours. Yours is deeper.
Yours is deeper,
See,
Bobby.
What did I tell you?
Yeah, it had a little more steam to it.
Whoa.
Oh!
Ow! That hurt.
I told you to move back.
Oh! Get Dean Monahan out here to hurry.
We're showing the replay, Bobby. You only missed it by about 3 feet.
I should have dove for it.
You know, the fans have a way of forgiving you for plays like that, Willie, if you hit a home run.
Well, you should see what Willie Randolph's doing to me. He turned around and gave me that evil eye. He did.
Things never change. Some things never change.
I'm not kidding you. I pulled a hamstring. I did.
Uh-oh.
Oh, this is trouble.
Kevin Moss.
Oh, Mickey's going to pull one, too.
Moss going for 3. .39-year-old Kevin Moss showing he could still hit.
Wow. I know one thing. I'm gonna have to go against. Are you showing that again?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll wait till you get through.
Yeah, well, you know, we see Mick the Quick on the run here, and he can hold him to a triple. Kevin Moss has a stroke here. Guidry's coming back in the game.
You remember the major, Ralph Houck?
Yeah.
He always told me that more balls fall in front of you, so you need to play as shallow as possible. But I think at my age right now, I should be playing way back and then try to come in on the ball.
And Rick Cerrone with a nice play. Never even dropped the mask.
Well, you can come in now, Bobby.
It's going to be slow. Thank you.
Kenny, wouldn't it be great
be on the DL tomorrow
if we could actually mic the players in the real games? Ball goes over Sheffield's head. Gary!
I don't think we'd want to do that.
I don't think they'd want to do that.
No, not at all.
Hey, how about the nice hand that Lou Piniella had?
That was very...
And how about the play that Jim Leyritz made at third base? And Susan has him right now by the Yankee dugout. Susan?
Okay, Michael, you and I remember when
Jim Leyritz was making those plays at third base. How'd that feel to get out there like that?
It feels good. You know, be back here in Yankee Stadium with all these people and everything else. It kind of gives you the itch again to get back out there.
All right, the hit against Dave LaPointe. You know, he's laughing. You're laughing.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things. He was actually hoping I would be catching him this game. He did to bring back the old days. But like I said, it's a lot of fun out here, and we're having a great time.
What exactly are you doing now? Because I know everybody wants to know where everybody is.
Well, I'm doing MLB.com radio and TV on the internet, and I'll be doing some local stuff in Florida, too, on the radio. But just pretty much doing work out of my own house and taking care of the kids and being home.
What about for you, Jimmy? You come out here, no one's ever going to forget. Now, some of us go back to the Seattle one, but obviously the World Series. They didn't even finish your introduction, and they started screaming. How does that make you feel?
Oh, it's a great feeling, you know, especially to see what the Yankees have done since that day and what they've gone on to do, and to be a part of that, and just to be able to hear the fans really, you know, really scream and yell like that. It's a great feeling.
Okay, back upstairs to you, Michael. Thanks a lot, Jimmy.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Jim. So now we go to the bottom of the second inning, and Louis Soul's going to come to the plate. And Louis was flirting with the idea of maybe going deep, Kenny.
Well, he's going to have to face Al Downing, who became the first Yankee pitcher back in the 60s to strike out the side on 9 pitches.
Now, that's not deep, but it's under the glove. And Louis could get 2 if he really wants to. He's a jog. Oh, it's just a big turn. So he'll stay put. You know, Bobby might get up again, Kenny.
I hope so.
Because Mick the Quick, who leads off, steps to the plate. Steve Balboni with the play, steps on first, as Soho moves to second. Well, if Randolph or Mattingly get on, then Mercer will get up.
Now, Michael, this has to be special for you. You're seeing a lot of the Yankees as you used to watch when growing up in this area.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah. And for me, it's you know, some of the Yankees I watched when I was growing up, and also a lot of the Yankees that I actually played against, who believe me, in those days, back in the 70s and 80s, they were as tough as any team. They were unbelievably. Look at Donnie.
Well, Mattingly's up now, and Mercer is on deck, although he doesn't seem to have Alex Rodriguez with him anymore.
Hey, Skippy, what should I do? What did I do wrong, big guy?
Did you keep your eye on the ball?
You know, I did close my eyes. You're not supposed to do that?
No.
What else do you think I should do?
Against this guy, try to snap it to the opposite field.
You know Alex Rodriguez, don't you?
Yeah.
A-Rod told me to hit it off the end of the bat. What's going on out there?
You're losing it at bat.
Oh, no. Look at this.
Don't do that.
Skippy, will you be available later on?
Yeah.
Okay. Keep this bat for me.
All right.
Keep it warm.
No problem.
I want to go deep.
All right.
You got any ice for a hamstring or anything like that? Okay.
Well, there's going to be I believe there's another inning, so Bobby's going to get another at bat.
Oh, Dick, what do you do? What do you do with a full hamstring? Is that it? Is that it?
Now, as a pitcher going to the mound.
No, Bobby, you're still going to play again.
Is that it? I need one more at bat. Willie, don't laugh at me. It's a great day, isn't it? It's a great day. Would you like to see a doubleheader in an old-timers game? Tom, you would? How about you? Good to see you. Boy, these are great seats here. These are great seats.
Bobby has a nice signature, too, Ken.
Yeah, he does.
So you would like to see a doubleheader in an old-timers game?
Definitely.
Yeah, I think that'd be terrific. We just got to find some old-timers that can go to games. Excuse me, I got to go out and try to shack down a ball out here. know, I really, are we on?
Yeah, we're on, Bobby.
We're on, Bobby.
You know what? I'm serious. I got a big knot in my left hamstring right now. But I'm going to walk out here like nobody can tell that I'm limping.
You know what? Just make believe you're Gary Sheffield for a day. Remember his shoulder last night?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was hurting.
I want to be accountable for the old-timers.
Yeah, okay.
Now, Bobby, honestly, by that ball that went over your head, you really hurt your hamstring?
Yeah, I really did. I really did. I'm not sure what's going to happen after the game.
You know, your wife, Kay, is watching. She's a little concerned right now.
I don't think so.
Yeah, look, we have her on the screen right now. She cannot watch. She looks pretty, though.
Oh, well, thank you.
No, she looks pretty, not you.
Oh.
Let's go down to Susan Waldman. Maybe Stick Michael is going to trade Bobby. What's up, Susan?
Okay, first of all, before we get to whether Stick is going to trade Bobby Mercer or not, you said in there you were going to get a hit today. All right, what did he throw you? What did you miss?
I lied.
All right, Bobby Mercer hired Alex Rodriguez. He's gone through Jason Giambi. He's gone through Hideki Matsui, and now A-Rod has left. What are you going to do with Mercer?
Bobby's going to get a lot of hitting coaches fired. That's all. Bobby can't hit anymore.
What about that outfield play, the ball that dropped in between Rivers and Mercer?
Should have been caught. It hung up there a long time. I had a clock on it. It was up there about 10 seconds.
Okay, Bobby, did you hear that? Stick says that ball should have been caught.
Yeah,
Back
I know.
up to you guys. Yeah, I know. Okay, thanks a lot, Stick. Back up to you guys.
Thanks, Susan. Don't you get the feeling, Kenny, that Bobby is defeated right now?
Nah, he's going to get one more at bat. He's got to get pumped up.
Yeah, but he's down. You can feel it. I could sense he's down.
Bobby, I know you can do it.
Thank you.
We're all rooting for you.
Look at that blimp up there. That's really something. Knock him down, Goose.
He saves it for some reason and eludes me for Cliff Johnson.
Whoa.
These two have a little history together, Goose Gossage and Cliff Johnson.
So I just threw him a slider. I thought breaking pitches were outlawed.
Ah, there we go. There we go. Oh, here comes the ratio, man. I think this is the last inning. I really do.
Last half inning?
Yeah, I think so. Last half inning.
You're not going to get to hit?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that I think they're kind of afraid that I'm really due this time. I got a feeling Oscar's going to pull the ball.
He's going to try. You know that.
I know that. He's the only guy that I know that can foul the ball off his back foot. Most everybody fouls it off their front foot. He fouls it off their back foot.
Doesn't look like he's had one in the last couple of years.
Well, you know what you have to root for, Bobby? You have to root for another run so that you do get it back. Uh-oh.
Oh, this could be good. Oh, no.
Yeah!
No problem, Goose. I'll tell you what.
Here's the replay, and we're watching Bobby coming in on this ball. You're right. More balls will fall in front of you.
I tell you what, I got it down pat now. I know exactly how to play out here.
My goodness. Some things never change.
Attaboy, Louis. All right.
Well, that is going to be the game, Bobby. There will not be another at bat.
But it was a fun game. Great game. Great for the fans. Or is it over? I don't know. They're going out there. Huh?
One more at bat.
Oh, one more bat.
All
Going
right.
to get another at bat, and Susan Waldman is standing by in front of the Yankee dugout with Rich Goose Gossage. Susan.
Okay, how does that feel for you to be out there? You were throwing hard. The guys at the dugout are going, wow.
Well, Susan, I'm still throwing as hard. It's just not going as fast. You know, it's always a blast to come out here and see all the guys and all the great Yankees. In my 6 years here, I wouldn't trade him for anything in the world.
All right, what about that great defensive catch in the outfield by Bobby Mercer?
Hey, I was doing handstands. He pulled a muscle on that ball Brian Doyle hit over his head. So he's going to be have to ice him down his hammy because he pulled it.
Is this the same every year? This year, obviously, with Diana Munson here. It's a very special day.
Oh, it is a very special day. He was a great person, a great Yankee, a great family man, and probably one of my favorite, obviously, maybe my best teammate ever. And we had so much fun out there on that mound, him catching me, and just the fun that we had on the field, and we had a lot of fun off the field. He was a tremendous human being.
And also a tremendous human being right here, Michael and Kenny. Back upstairs to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Susan. Thanks, Goose. And now Bobby Mercer is going to get another at bat, but he's going to have an at bat against Ron Guidry.
Keep my eye on the ball. Okay, good. I'm ready.
Bobby, that's Guidry out there.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This could be a problem. Stick. You have any pinch hitters? Nah, I'm not afraid.
Look for the slider.
Literally unbeatable as we think back now 26 years. It was July 2nd.
Good luck, Bobby.
Thank you. Wow. That looked pretty good.
Ooh, that was it.
Wow. Come on, baby. Come on. You can do it. I know you can. Keep the shoulder in. Watch the ball all the way into the bat. Whoa! Whoa! I won't take that kind of swing anymore. Yeah. I got some sort of fixation to hit the ball on the end of the bat here.
But Bobby hit one in the seats.
All right, baby. I'm really concentrating now.
Hey, how about that?
All right.
All right, Bobby.
Wait a minute.
Get your mic. How did that feel?
I think, are we on or off?
Yeah, you're on.
You're on.
Hello.
Kay looked very happy.
Now here's the replay as Guidry gives up the line shot single to Bobby Mercer.
Bobby, that was a legitimate hard line drive.
I've lost I'm sorry, I've lost. It's off. It's not? Okay, I'm on. Uh-oh.
Be careful.
I'll talk to you later, Gator. I got something nice for you. Oh, boy, I'll tell you what.
Here's another look at the line drive base hit by Bobby Mercer. That classic stroke
The right instructions doesn't go deep.
from years ago.
Yeah,
It's like riding a bike, Michael. You get something you can handle, you just hit it hard.
On or off? I don't hear anything.
Susan, tell him he's on.
You're on, Bobby. Just had to tell you, you're on.
Oh, okay, I'm on. How about that, Susan?
Stick said that you couldn't do it anymore.
That's what he said?
That's what he said. He says you should have caught that ball.
What does he know? Just because he's a senior advisor. What does he know?
Well, he said he was going to get a hit, and he didn't.
I know.
All right, so who's your batting coach next year?
I think George. I think George has come a long ways in a hurry.
Skippy.
Well, George Skippy.
Oh, yeah. I thought you meant Mr. Steinbrenner.
No, I'm not. Skippy.
All right, Skippy's hired, guys.
Well, line drive single for Bobby Mercer. And Louis Soho get another hack here against Ron Guidry. 2 outs in the bottom of the 3rd inning, and the Bombers lead the Clippers 3-2. And we still have another game to go at 4:05. It's going to be the Yankees against the Devil Rays in the 3rd game of this 4-game set. That one's deep to left. See ya! A home run! Louis Soho! How about that? Oh, and he's going 1 flat down.
He's doing a Reggie. He's doing Reggie. Fans might be wondering why Reggie's not playing this year. Reggie Jackson had knee surgery, and that's why he's not able to participate while he recovers from that recent knee surgery.
And that's it. That was the game. A walk-off home run by Luis Sojo. Not one of Guidry's prouder moments. What a fun day, all in all. Yankee Stadium, Old Timers Day, they go together. And the Bombers beat the Clippers 5-2. So Gene Michael talking with Tino Martinez. And Stick was a part of that deal that brought Tino to the Yankees and helped the Yankees get 4 world titles. And Susan Waldman right now is endeavoring to get Luis Sojo. It's hard to get the story of the game that quick. But knowing Susan, she'll be able to do it. And Louis is coming out of the dugout, and Susan is waiting patiently. And now let's go down to the dugout where Susan Waldman is with the home run hitting star of the game, Luis Sojo. Susan.
The star of the game, Luis Sojo, doing a little Reggie Jackson running around the bases. Did he know you did that?
No, I just come out, right, you know, when I run the bases, but I got to then run the Guidry. He gave me a good pitch to hit, so I think he got him in his mind. Come on, do something for him.
Oh, no, wait a minute. You think Guidry did this on purpose? He sort of threw one in there for you?
Hey, you know, this guy throwing 87, 88. When I step on the plate, I say, oh, my God, Ron Guidry, he might try to come in inside hard, but it's like he threw me a changeup.
All right, we saw a couple of Yankees. Vasquez is out here, and Bubba Crosby screaming and yelling when you hit that ball out. What's it do for you to show these kids what you can still do, huh?
Well, Susan, you don't know, for the last 4 days, this guy, you got to go deep. You got to go deep. It's going to be all over you. So the first at-bat, hit a weak ground ball. Well, that's you know, they take that. But I don't know, I was supposed to come in that at-bat. But, you know, like you say, I showed this kid how to do it.
Okay, and a new kind of rundown play, is that how you're going to teach it now, running from third to home and back again?
You don't supposed to do that. I mean, I just want to do something for the fans and, you know, have a good time.
Okay, guys, last year was Reggie Jackson hitting one. This year it's Luis Sojo doing his Reggie Jackson's imitation going around the bases.
Yeah, well, I don't know how that come. You know, I got to do something. First of all, when I start running, I do the Ruben Sierra in first and say, no, it's not an old-timers yet. So I got to do Reggie.
Okay, guys, back up to you.
Well, thank you, Susan. A great day in all. Luis Sojo hits a home run. Everybody comes out of it safe and sound. And one of the enduring images of this day is going to be Bobby Mercer's day. Let's take a look at some of the pictures and sounds of Mr. Mercer in Old Timers Day.
What do you consider old? You got to be kidding me, right?
You don't get any hit this year. I got rid of the guy.
No, I'm going deep. I'm not going in. I'm going deep. No. Singles don't do me any good.
Oh, hit it here.
Hit it here.
Thanks for the thanks, Dave.
Go ahead.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Oh, my.
Golly.
Barrel. Bobby, I'm sorry.
You're sorry.
I had to draw the circle way down here.
Well, we are proud of Bobby Mercer. Picked up a line single, didn't hit a home run, but hey, who cares? A hard line drive single to right center. We have so much more to come today. On the other side of the break, you'll have Fred Hickman, and then we promise to come back with Yankees against the Devil Rays. Keep watching, yes.
Hi, everybody. I'm Fred Hickman. Welcome back to our continuing special coverage of the 2004 New York Yankees Old Timers Day right here on Yes. You know, we often hear today's ball players talk about what it means to play for the most celebrated and successful franchise in all of sports. But for the Yankees, who are now retired from the game and have the added perspective that comes with age, wearing the pinstripes was about much more than pride. It was often a life-transforming experience, and one they enjoy reliving each and every July. Last night, 24 Yankees greats gathered together for the annual Old Timers Day dinner. It gave these legends a chance to leisurely relax and reminisce about what it means to be a part of the Yankees' extended family.
Get to visit a little bit with the guys we haven't seen for a while, you know, and talk about old things a little bit. Not too much, but it's rather a pleasant situation.
You know, there's a history here. There's a real stronghold, a real affection and admiration.
It means a lot to me because I reminisce and see guys that I played with for so many years. And the Yankees, when I get invited by Old Timers Day, I'm happy.
It gives me a chance to come back into the city, which I love, to renew acquaintances with a lot of people that not only were teammates, but a lot of them that were around the ball game.
Just to be amongst the names, the Yogi Berras, you know, the Whitey Fords, just to be amongst those people and to be standing on that field, I mean, there's no better feeling in the world.
Well, that's a nice feeling. You know, you hear 50,000 people say yay and cheer, and that's nice, and you hang out with the guys for a little while.
Well, we're still Yankees. We're Yankees through and through. We can't, doesn't matter where we live. It matters where our hearts are, and our hearts are with Yankees. And Joe Torre's done such a great job. And, you know, obviously the coaches are a lot of Thurman's former players. Bobby Mercer still announcing. And, you know, how can you not love the Yankees? They're just part of our blood.
It'll be good to hear Bob Shepard announce my name again, and just the opportunity to step back on the field. And I'll have my kids with me this time, and an opportunity to really relax and just enjoy the fact that, hey, Yankees are an incredible organization.
The most fun is being announced and coming out and being able to be acknowledged by a lot of the fans that may have had a chance to see us play.
I got to be honest, I do like putting the uniform on once a year.
The toughest thing about playing old timers game is you get up once, and then if you ground out or you hit a soft ground ball, you have to wait a whole year to come back and try to get another one.
I'm happy to wear number 14 and run across the field when they introduce me and still wave to the people, because the people in New York, Connecticut, and New Jersey were always great to me.
It's a thrill to me just to be part of the whole function, and I enjoy it and I respect it.
It's a special feeling to be able to stand on that field tomorrow when they announce your name and you hear the fans and you're like, you know what? You really did something special while you were here in New York, and you were part of something big, and forever you will be a part of this history. And, I mean, to me, that's a big moment.
Boy, isn't it interesting how many old-timers mention having their names announced by Bob Shepard, who, by the way, is now in his 54th season as the voice of Yankee Stadium. Now, we're going to take a break here. We'll return with more of this afternoon's New York Yankees Old Timers Day festivities right here on Yes, including highlights of the game in case you missed any of it. Stay with us. And welcome back, everybody, to our Yes Studios and our continuing coverage of the 58th Annual New York Yankees Old Timers Day. Just a short while ago, some of the 40 former Yankees who were on hand at the stadium this afternoon delighted the sellout crowd at the stadium by staging their annual Old Timers game. And, of course, a lot of emotion attached to this. Phil Rizzuto was announced and got a huge round of applause. He was the last guy to be announced. He is with Yogi, and now Don Mattingly unveiling Yankee Hall of Famer Red Ruffing's plaque that will be the newest edition of Monument Park. Diana Munson, the wife of the late, great Thurman Munson, throwing out the ceremonial first pitch, and then the game began.
I got a special bat for you.
What is it?
It's one of my bats, and it's hit in here.
Oh, hit it.
Hit it here.
Thanks for the thanks, Dave.
Go ahead.
Appreciate it.
Hit it right there now.
Says hit it here.
Bobby with this year's batting coach, A-Rod. Here he is up. Runner on third. Dave LaPointe gets Bobby to ground out to second. Does get a run across, a productive out. Willie Randolph in, but not the homer Bobby was looking for. 2-1 Bombers.
Steam to it.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Ow! That hurt.
Bobby with the mercurial speed, but just not enough to get there on that particular occasion. However, he'd atone. Bottom of the second. Watch Mercer go to work out in right field now.
Oh, no.
Yeah!
Great catch by Gary Sheffield. Bobby Mercer. Now to the top of the third inning, Ron Guidry dealing to Bobby.
Hey, how about that?
A frozen rope, an aspirin tablet in the right field there, and he loses a little of his equipment, but hey, you know, he had to muscle up. A couple of batters later, Louisiana Lightning taken downtown by Luis Sojo to make it 5-2 Bombers over the Clippers, and he goes into the Reggie Trot. Look at that run. I don't think Lightning liked that very much. Anyway, there's your final score. 5-2, the Bombers beat the Clippers. Bobby Mercer with the ground out, the single. Luis Sojo, the single, and the walk-off home run, 2 for 2. Willie Randolph was doubling a run, and Kevin Moss a single, a triple, and an RBI. So 5-2 is the final score, but nobody loses in this game. Everybody had a great time, as they always do. We're going to take a break, but coming up at 4 o'clock, the current New York Yankees will take the field, looking to make it 3 in a row over Lou Piniella's surprising Tampa Bay Devil Rays. We'll have a preview for you coming up.
Before the majors, they have the master
for the minors. From Columbus to Trenton to Staten Island, minor league baseball is back on Yes. Tonight after the postgame, it's a battle by the bridge as the Staten Island Yankees take on the Brooklyn Cyclones. Only on Yes.
And welcome back, everybody. And don't forget, coming up at the top of the hour, the current New York Yankees will take the field, looking to make it 3 in a row over the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. It'll be veteran John Lieber against 24-year-old prized prospect Dwan Brazelton. Now, the 6'4", 215-pound right-hander was the number 3 overall pick in the 2001 amateur draft. Brazelton was called up from the minors last month, and in his first start, took a no-hitter into the 8th inning against Florida back on June 25th. But on Monday, he gave up 4 runs and 8 hits in a 4-2 loss at Baltimore. 5 starts for the D-Rays this year. Brazelton is 2-1, a 2.73 ERA. In 33 innings, he's allowed 30 hits, 15 walks, while fanning 18 opponents hitting .238 against him, and he's not yet yielded a home run on the season. Now, John Lieber, 10 years older than Brazelton, but his pitching elbow was surgically rejuvenated, of course. On Monday, Lieber ended a 3-start winless streak by holding hard-hitting Detroit to 3 runs and 6 hits over 6 2/3 innings, struck out 6, walked 1, recording his 6th victory in his comeback season. Lieber's had remarkably better success pitching in Yankee Stadium than on the road this year. At home, he's won 4 out of 5 decisions, holding opposing hitters to a combined .282 average, pitching it to a 4.31 ERA. Game time coming up. Michael K. Ken Singleton will have the call. We'll see, of course, throughout the course of the game. Cut-ins.
You probably have a better chance of winning the lottery.
On an all-new Tales of Triumph,
I get goosebumps just thinking about that moment.
Yankees greats recall the thrill and exhilaration of their classic no-hitters and perfect games. Premieres Thursday at 10:30, only on Yes.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Yes, the Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network.
Today, memories shake away the cobwebs as the black and white of our mind turns to vivid Technicolor. For one day, everything old is new again, as older men get to be boys once more. On the stage of their youth, they come back, reminding us all of what made them great. In our mind's eye, we forget the wrinkles and concentrate on the smooth moves of yesteryear. As we rifle through the yellowed, tattered pages of our memory, we smile at what once was, what made them all part of forever. Men whose actions reverberate in our hearts hit the rewind button on life as they revisit their glory days, turning from gentlemen in the autumn of life back into the boys of summer on their field of dreams. And on this day, old meets new, as the present-day Yankees continue to make memories of their own, writing new pages in the scrapbook as they become part of the legacy of this franchise. The heroics of today will be revisited in another time by another generation as great moments fight for a place within these crowded, hallowed walls. It is a beautiful day in the Bronx as the Yes Network presents New York Yankees baseball. Today, the defending American League champion New York Yankees take on the Tampa Bay Devil Rays in the 3rd game of a 4-game set from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Yankees baseball. Along with Ken Singleton, I'm Michael Kay. Well, it's been a successful 2 days for the Yankees on the field. They won Friday, they won Thursday, so they're 2-0 in this 4-game set. Today is Game 3, and we'll talk about that as we move along. But the story of the day so far has been Old Timers Day. When those guys get on the field, the memories come rushing back. Our Bobby Mercer was right in the middle of it. He played right field, and he had a little rough moment. Brian Doyle hit one over his head. Bobby said he pulled his hamstring. Not a pretty thing. This is pretty, though. He didn't go yard as he had been predicting, but he lines a single in the right center field, and Luis Sojo really turned back the clock against Ron Guidry. He went yard, a 2-run home run, and he channeled Reggie Jackson as he scored the final 90 feet. So it's always fun. It's a great day to see these great men who did great things at this ballpark come back and relive those memories.
And I think it's a chance for the newer Yankee fans to see some of the former Yankee players who did some of the great things in the past here at Yankee Stadium and throughout baseball. 26 times world champions. They might not have seen the names, but they saw some of the faces today of the players who were such a part of the great Yankee tradition.
And what's really neat about a day like this is past morphs with present, because now we start to think about guys guys that are going to be in our memories. Now, Kenny Lofton doesn't have that Yankee legacy yet, but he's trying to build one in his first season. Yesterday, he put together a great game.
Yeah, he was working on it last night. He was a big part of the Yankee victory, that close game in which they won 5-4 against the Devil Rays. He had a double. He also had a base hit, and watch the hustle down the line on this play. He eventually scored on those first 2 hits. And then with his 3rd hit in the 8th inning, he drove in a run that turned out to be the winning run as the Yankees won by a score of 5-4.
Hitting .299, and in his last 4 games, a .538 average. He has 5 doubles, 5 triples, and you know what? He's in the lineup again today. John Lieber's going to get the start for the Yankees on a special day in franchise history, 58th Old Timers Day. But we'll talk about the present pitching matchup when we get back on Yes. It's a beautiful day here at Yankee Stadium as we prepare for the real game, the Yankees against the Devil Rays. Let's take a look at today's pitching matchup, brought to you by Infinity, makers of the full-size QX56. Dewan Brazelton goes for the Devil Rays. He's 2-1 with a 2.73, and John Lieber gets the start for the Yankees, 6-5 with a 4.97 earned run average.
Dewan Brazelton and John Lieber have had Tommy John surgery in the past. They are fine now. In fact, John Lieber was more than fine in his last start against the Detroit Tigers right here at Yankee Stadium. Lieber 4-1 here at Yankee Stadium this year. He beat the Tigers in his last start.
Lieber against Brazelton. Yankees against the Devil Rays. 3rd game of this 4-game set. First pitch coming up next right here on Yes. Yankees against the Devil Rays today on a lovely Saturday afternoon in New York City. The Devil Rays 1 game under 500. The Yankees are 53-31, which is the best record in baseball, slightly better than the St. Louis Cardinals of the National League Central. So the Yankees hold a 6-game lead in the American League East over the Boston Red Sox, who were also victorious yesterday. And Tampa Bay comes into this game 11.5 games behind, but they are in 3rd place. So the Yankees have the best record. The Cardinals are 2nd. The Texas Rangers, surprisingly, with the 3rd best record in the major leagues, and the Red Sox are right behind them at 47-37. You see the Yankees have taken the field. John Lieber about to take his warm-ups. Let's take a look at the Devil Rays starting lineup, which is presented by Rico. Carl Crawford, the left fielder, will lead off. Batting second and playing right field, Jose Cruz Jr. Rocco Baldelli, who made the final out of the game yesterday, he'll be in center field. He'll bat 3rd. Batting 4th and playing 3rd base, Aubrey Huff. Constantino Martinez, the first baseman, will bat 5th. He has good numbers against the Yankees this year, and 9 hits and 28 at-bats. Julio Lugo, having a good season at shortstop, will bat 6th. Batting 7th and DHing Robert Fick. Brooke Fordyce gets to start behind the plate, and he will bat 8th. And batting 9th and playing second base is Ray Sanchez.
Here are the numbers on John Lieber for the season. This will be his 13th start. 6-5 record. He beat the Tigers in his last start. 4.97 ERA. More than a hit per inning, but his last couple of outings have been very, very strong. 9 homers, only 6 walks, excellent control, and 33 strikeouts. Here's our Yes scouting report on John Lieber as a 34-year-old right-hander takes on the Devil Rays for the 2nd time this year. What he has done, he has gone to shorter bullpen workouts, and he feels that takes less out of his arm in between starts, and that's why he was so successful against the Tigers in his last start. A shorter workout, and he tamed the Tigers by tying his season high in strikeouts with 6 against them in his last start. And in that last start, he had a very good breaking ball, a nasty slider.
Let's take a look at the Yankee defense, and the defense does its work behind Lieber. Matsui, Lofton, and Sheffield left to right in the outfield. In the infield, Rodriguez, Jeter, Cairo, and Giambi also left to right. Posada behind the plate, and Lieber is on the mound. A .980 team fielding percentage, and they've committed 63 errors. New York Yankees baseball is broadcast in Spanish. It's available by hitting the SAP button on your television. SAP is brought to you by Toyota with 17 models, which is perfect for you. Carl Crawford will dig in, and we are about ready for baseball. Yankees in at the corners to guard against the bunt. And Lieber deals. And there's a strike as called by home plate umpire Jeff Kellogg.
Well, last night, Crawford had 3 hits in the ball game. He broke a mini slump of 3 for 26.
There's a line drive to right field. Giving chase is Sheffield. It's sinking on him, and he makes the play. No, they say he trapped the ball. The first base umpire, Chris Guccione, gives the safe signal, so Crawford reaches.
So Crawford comes up with a line drive. But watch what happens here, and it looks like it hit off the end of Sheffield's glove and then went to the turf. As remember, we talked about Sheffield's problem with his shoulder last night, how that might affect not only his hitting the ball, but catching it. And he can't come up with this line drive that sinks in front of him, and it's going to be a base hit for Carl Crawford, who immediately brings speed to the table at first base.
38 stolen bases for Crawford. And the pitch to Cruz is a strike. We told you Jeff Kellogg's behind the plate. You already saw Chris Guccione at first, Charlie Relaford at second, and Dan Iasonia is the third base umpire. Lieber comes in, as we showed you, at 6-5 with a 4.97. Always seems to get a decision when he pitches. Popped up and out of play.
One of those decisions was a loss to the Rays back on May 30th at Tropicana Field, in which they scored 6 runs against, and the Rays won the game 7-6.
Right now the sun is shining brightly on the field at Yankee Stadium, but because of the 4:05 start, shadows will play a factor a little bit later on. And the 0-2. Just got a piece to stay alive.
I was mentioning the fact the shorter bullpen sessions between starts. Now, John Lieber and Mel Stoudemire fashioned a shorter session. Remember, he's recovering from Tommy John surgery, and he felt because he didn't work quite as hard in between starts, his arm was able to bounce back better, and he had a better breaking ball in his last outing against the Tigers. So John attributes the fact that his arm recovered a lot quicker. You know, he didn't, maybe they have a 15-20 minute session in between starts, maybe cut it down to 10, and was stronger last time out, and they might take that approach for the rest of the season.
And the 0-2. Line drive to right field, another base hit. Crawford will stop at second as Sheffield comes up throwing. So 2 successive singles to open up the first inning, and the Devil Rays have runners on first and second and nobody out. Baldelli will come up. He had the bases loaded with 2 outs, a 3-2 count. Devil Rays down by 1 last night in the 9th inning. And he popped it up against Mariano Rivera to foul territory. Tony Clark made the play, and the Yankees won the game. The Yankees' 11th straight 1-run victory here at Yankee Stadium, which ties a single-season record for the Yankees in their franchise history. And the pitch to Baldelli is high. You know, you mentioned the short bullpen work, Kenny. It's ironic that he would work longer before this, because Joe Girardi has told us that John Lieber doesn't like to throw at all before a game. It's like 5-10 minutes, and that's why he usually struggles in the first inning. Doesn't want to leave anything out in the bullpen. So now he's taking that between the starts as well. Right now he's in a little bit of a jam, first and second. Nobody out, a 2-0 count on Baldelli. Baldelli 9 for his last 32, hitting .291 overall. And there's a strike, good pitch, right at the knees on the inside corner of the count, 2-1.
With Crawford at second, you can see that Jose Cruz Jr. at first is keeping a leery eye on the speedy runner who leads the league in stolen bases with 30. You see he's looking in his direction right now. He doesn't want to get left at the station in case Crawford takes off for third.
Line drive over the head of a leaping Derek Jeter for a base hit. Crawford will stop at third. The throw comes all the way in, cut off by Lieber, and the Devil Rays certainly have not made the most of their 3 straight singles, as all it has done is load the bases, but that's plenty enough for the Yankees right now.
Especially with the speed of these 3 hitters. I mean, you have Crawford, Cruz, and Baldelli, you can really run, but of course Crawford had to hold up to make sure that Derek Jeter didn't come up with the humpback liner and can only advance 90 feet. Broken bat by Baldelli. You see the leap of Jeter, ball maybe a foot over his glove, and that's why Crawford had to hold up to make sure.
Now here's Aubrey Huff, bases loaded and nobody out here in the first. And there's a strike. Huff is 9 for his last 35. Hitting .269 overall. But he started very slowly, so he's really dug himself out of a hole. changeup. Huff way out in front, misses in the count 0-2. Tampa Bay manager Lou Piniella wants some big hits out of his team. This would be a good spot for it. The 0-2. This could be 2. There's 1. That's all they get. Not a great toss by Cairo to Jeter as a run scores. So Huff reaches on the fielder's choice, picks up an RBI, and the Devil Rays lead the Yankees 1-0.
That second hop really took away the advantage of turning a double play. It was kind of a long hop, and you can see that Cairo tried to hustle and almost threw it away. Jeter barely made contact with the bag while trying to get out of the way of Valdelli. So Huff picks up an RBI, and the Devil Rays break out in front much in the same way that they did last night when they took a 2-0 lead in the first inning.
Tino Martinez gets a warm hand here at the stadium. He got a pinch hit single in the 9th inning yesterday against Mariano Rivera. Pitch is outside. Now Martinez was really having a very good year. About a month ago he was hitting over 300, but he is 17 for his last 84, and that's dropped the average to 267. Tino's with the Cardinals last year, and it didn't work there for him. He was following Mark McGwire. He wasn't comfortable with St. Louis, and St. Louis wanted to get Luis Pujols to play first base, so they traded Martinez back to his hometown team, the Devil Rays. And the interesting thing, Kenny, he's making $8 million this year, and the Cardinals were so anxious to get rid of him that they're paying $7 million of it.
Wow. You know, but Tino's a lifelong American League player, and sometimes it takes a while when you get over to the other league, and before you know it, you don't know the pitchers. You start to slump. All the ballparks are new, or most of them, even with interleague play. You mentioned Tino's pinch hit last night. He's had 3 pinch hit at bats this year for the Devil Rays and had 2 hits with a couple of RBIs off the bench.
Two count. And there's a nice block by Posada. Unfortunately for Tino, Kenny, he's always had a propensity to follow greatness. He followed Don Mattingly with the Yankees. He followed Mark McGwire with the Cardinals. And in his first trip back to Yankee Stadium, when he came here with the Cardinals in interleague play, his first time up, he followed Roger Clemens' 4,000th strikeout, so he couldn't get the applause that he so richly deserved because it was a spillover from the 4,000 K.
I remember that night. Edgar Renteria.
Yep. High fly ball, deep center field, going back. Lofton still back, and he'll make the play on the lip of the warning track. Tagging is Cruz. He'll score easily, so it's a sac fly for Tino, and Tampa Bay leads 2-0.
Tampa Bay scored their 2 runs last night in the first inning a little bit more quickly. It was a triple and a home run. Triple by Crawford and a home run by Cruz that put them up 2-0. A few more players get involved this afternoon for Lou Piniella in the first inning, but they still have a 2-0 lead. Lou has been lamenting the fact that the Devil Rays have not been scoring quite as much as they were when they were winning. They have lost 5 of their last 7 games.
Devil Rays started out the season, first 38 games, 10-28. And since May 20th, despite this recent slide that Kenny just detailed, they're 32-15, which is the best record over that time in the major leagues. But this has not been a good week for them. They lost a doubleheader to the Orioles, and now they lost the first 2 games of this series. And you see what they did in June, 20-6. Outstanding.
Club record for wins, club record. They tied their club record for runs in a month.
When they got out 10-28, they got scared that it was going to be one of those years where they'd be challenging the Met record for losses, 120 losses in one season, and they were down about it. Then all of a sudden it just clicked in, and they started playing better and went on a roll. They actually won 12 games in a row at one point. And there they sit in 3rd place in the East. 1-2. Swung on and missed, and Lugo down on strikes. A breaking ball diving down and away. All things considered, bases loaded, nobody out. Lieber just gave up 2. 2 runs, 3 hits, and 1 man left on base. Tampa Bay 2, and the Yankees coming back. Well, the Devil Rays have a 2-0 lead. Yankees now have to make it up. It could be another come-from-behind victory. This is how they'll have to do it with their starting lineup presented by Rico. Bernie Williams, the DH, leads off. Batting second and playing shortstop, Derek Jeter. The right fielder is Gary Sheffield. He'll hit third. The cleanup hitter, third baseman, A-Rod, Alex Rodriguez. Jason Giambi at first base will bat fifth. Great numbers against the Devil Rays so far this year. Jorge Posada will catch, will bat sixth. The number 7 hitter, left fielder, Hideki Matsui. Miguel Cairo's at second base, batting eighth. And the red-hot center fielder of the Yankees, Kenny Lofton, will bat ninth.
Former #1 pick, Dwan Brazelton on the mound for the Devil Rays. This will be a 6-start, 2-1 earned average, less than a hit per inning. No home runs, 15 walks, and 18 strikeouts. The scouting report, the Yes scouting report on Brazelton. He's a company man. Last year on June 24th, when he got knocked out of the box by the Yankees, the Devil Rays sent him all the way to A-ball. He pitched A-ball, AA, AAA, and in the major leagues last year. So he was all over the organization. 33 innings pitched, no home runs, and he has a very sharp slider.
And the pitch to Bernie. It's a strike. You know, that's not the worst thing in the world that could ever happen, because Roy Halladay, who won the Cy Young Award last year, struggled so much with the Blue Jays early in his career, they sent him all the way down to A-ball and reinvented him. They did a good job. Sometimes you need that humbling, so to speak.
As we said, well, he worked his way back to making every stop in the Devil Rays organization. And done a pretty good job with a 2.73 ERA.
Ground ball. Tino Martinez beats his old buddy in the bag, one away.
In fact, that start last year came on June 24th against the Yankees at Tropicana Field for Brazelton, and he went 1 inning, 2 hits, 3 runs, 4 walks, and a strikeout. And Lou Piniella was so upset when he took him out that they sent him all the way to Bakersfield.
Here's Derek Jeter. Jeter 6 for his last 21. He's at 279. And he is the starting shortstop for the American League All-Star game. And the game will be played on Tuesday in Houston. He takes the first pitch strike.
Derek's on a 4-game hitting streak. There's Aubrey Huff playing about even with the back. He's done a good job over at third for these Devil Rays. He's played at several positions this year to settle in at third base. There's that good slider I was talking about in the scouting report.
Brazelton's 0-2 is inside.
Brazelton out of Tennessee State University. Sometimes his control can be suspect. He's had a number of walks, in about 1 walk every 2 innings. And we've mentioned that he had Tommy John surgery along with John Lieber. But Brazelton had his surgery when he was 16 years old.
The 2-2. Popped up, shallow right. Jose Cruz Jr., 2 away.
I wonder if it's ever going to get to the point, Michael, where Tommy John surgery becomes a elective preventive surgery.
I've thought about that.
You have?
Because if you think about it, when they have the surgery, they seem to throw harder.
Well, not only throw harder, but then you don't have that problem ever again.
Although there are pitchers like Lance Carter who's had it twice.
Well, it doesn't take the first time. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that means you're going to knock a season out of your career, though, because it does take 12 months to 18 months to come back from it, but you do seem like you're okay.
Well, I'm saying Brazelton did it when he was 16.
So have it young.
Yeah.
like maybe a gift for your bar mitzvah or something like that? Got Tommy John surgery at 13. Popped up and out of play.
And as an extra added benefit, you could actually have Tommy John in the surgery room. Yeah.
I don't think Tommy makes any money off that surgery being named Tommy John surgery.
Well,
it wouldn't have the same cachet, though, if it was like Irv Smith surgery. Oh, yeah, this picture has Irv Smith surgery. The 0-2. A little bit high, 1-2. Two, 3-0 Tampa Bay. Zeros across for the Yankees. And the 1-2. Line drive down the left field line. Fair ball, it's trouble. It's a fair ball. Cutting over is Crawford. And Sheffield will stop at first.
I'll tell you what kept him at first was the speed of Crawford. Lou Piniella has mentioned that Crawford has the speed of a center fielder. He's one of the fastest players in this league, and he gets over the corner in a hurry. This is a solid line drive off the bat of Gary Sheffield. Initially, I thought it was going to be a two-base hit, but watch Crawford get over and cut it off before it gets to the wall. I mean, he's standing there waiting for it. And he gets the ball back in quickly, and Sheffield is held to a long single.
Here's Alex Rodriguez. And he takes a strike, 0-1. Runner on first base, 2 outs. Yankees trail 2-0. And the pitch is inside, 1-1. You got to stick around for the top of the second inning because we have a Hall of Famer in the booth. Yogi Berra is going to join us. This is the 58th annual Yankee Old Timers Day at the stadium. So Yogi will talk with us momentarily. The 1-1. There's a strike and the count 1-2.
A-Rod's looking for his first hit of this series. He's actually only 6 for his last 41. Get a little dry spell here during the course of the season.
Sheffield goes, and A-Rod pops it up sky high, shallow left center field. Lugo is there. And that'll do it here in the first. No runs a hit, no errors, and 1 man left. We played 1. Tampa Bay leads 2-0. Coming up, one of the greatest catchers to ever play the game, Lawrence Peter Yogi Berra. He'll talk with us in the top of the second inning. You'll want to stay tuned for that. 2-0 Tampa Bay.
Who's this?
We go to the top of the second inning here at Yankee Stadium. Tampa Bay leads 2-0. It's Yankee Old Timers Day, which is a special day for this organization, the 58th Old Timers Day in their history. Robert Fick leads off, and there's a strike. The special thing about Yankee Stadium is that you can actually bump into one of the greatest players to ever play the game, Yogi Berra. Yogi, thanks for coming up to the booth.
Thanks for inviting me.
The 0-1. Fly to left field. Matsui goes toward the line and makes the play. Pretty play by Matsui.
I thought a fan touched that.
Looked like it was a foul ball, and he stayed with it. Let's take a look, Yogi. And looks like he has a beat on it right here. Krause is in the foul territory. The fan reaches out.
Yeah.
Great concentration on the part of Matsui.
Just like that guy in Chicago. Huh?
Little Steve Barton. Well, Yogi, does it ever get old coming back here? It must be a lot of fun to see your old teammates again.
Oh, it is to see some of the guys. I like to see some more of them. I'll tell you the truth. It's a lot of fun. No trouble. We can't get many of them to play.
Well, I guess the whole thing is that just the reunion itself, and the stories get better.
Oh, sometimes it does. It brings back memories. I know that. And it's a lot of fun, to see these guys. They all want me to hit today. I can't see.
Can't hit what you can't see.
I'm kidding.
Well, maybe if they teed it up, Yogi, you could hit it, like a golf ball.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I got these glasses special for golf. I can see the ball down there. I can't see it coming up here.
You mean after you hit it?
Well, there's your career, Yogi. A pretty special one. 15-time All-Star, 3-time AL MVP. As Fordyce hits a fly ball to left field, Matsui is there. Two-way. I know this is a tough question, but I'm going to ask it to you. Of everything you've ever done in the game, what's your greatest memory? What will you always remember? What stands out for you?
Oh, boy. I got a lot of them. I guess winning 5 in a row. When we won 5 in a row from 49 to 53 has got to be terrific, you know. And it's never happened. So, and also the no-hitter Don Larson pitch. It's never happened before.
Or since.
Or since.
Yeah.
And a perfect game at that.
Were you nervous in that 9th inning?
No, not till the last out.
Really? Ray Sanchez thankfully gets a base hit to extend the inning. We could talk more with Yogi Berra. That last batter, are you wondering, gee, I hope I make the right call here in the last batter?
Well, we made a few signs different. I shook him off like a little bit, make him guess a little bit. He got the ball on the outside corner. I know a lot of people say it was a ball. Right. I see some of the strikes, they look worse than that.
That was Dale Mitchell, who's pinch hitting for the Brooklyn Dodgers.
That's right.
He was a pretty good pinch hitter.
He was a good player.
Good seeing Phil today?
It's good. I told him he needs a haircut.
Yeah, his hair's a little long. I saw you grab his hair out there. Pitch to Crawford is a strike.
Now, Yogi, you're a 15-time All-Star yourself. Are you looking forward to the All-Star game this year?
Well, I like to watch it. I really do. I enjoy watching and see all the guys who made the team and everything. It's great. There's Phil. He looks like one of them conductors, you know, in the symphony.
Yogi, did you really say everything that they said that you said?
I don't know if I don't even know I say them. Gee, it just comes out. That's it. And,
how's the museum doing?
Oh, very good. Very good. It's coming along good. We hope to build it up a little, put an addition on it and make it a little bigger. We got a lot of stuff we could put in there yet.
Of course, Yogi, nowadays at the All-Star game, they have a home run hitting contest before that's almost as big as the game.
I know it. They never had that when we were.
Yeah, I was thinking. Of course, you would have been one of the big players in that home run hitting contest.
Well, I remember when we had like exhibition game, not exhibition games.
Home run derbies.
Home run derbies against the other club. We used to get. I think George Weiss used to give us $50. Whoever leads who hits the most home runs. Then we had the wheelbarrow throwing in at second base. We get a little money for that.
Well, Yogi, it's good to see you. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you.
Always an absolute honor. We go to the bottom of the second. It's 2-0 Tampa Bay. We go to the bottom of the second inning. Tampa Bay leads the Yankees 2-0. It'll be Giambi, Posada, and Matsui against Dewan Brazelton. And they have the shift on for Giambi. 3 guys on the right side of the infield. You know what? Yogi had to leave, and the inning was cut short, but he said something that Kenny and I, we both looked at each other. They used to have exhibition games against the Dodgers and the Giants, and the GM of the team, George Weiss, would give them $50 to participate. And then they have wheelbarrow races. These are Major League ball players. They get $25 to participate in that, and they did it because money was not as big as it is now. Not even close.
$50 to be in a home run derby prior to the game.
Wow. 1-1. Good hard strike on the inside corner, 1-2.
Times have changed.
They really have.
Giambi's had a pretty good homestand. He's 5 for 16, but he had a big walk in the 5th inning last night. That's when the Yankees scored 3 runs. That's the walk that loaded the bases. And Posada had a base hit. Actually drove in a run with that walk. And then Posada followed a hit.
In the count, 3-2. Giambi says he's feeling stronger every day, building back his strength after battling a parasite.
He doesn't look as sluggish as me. I mean, his movements are a little more sharp, like we're used to seeing Jason Giambi.
There's a ground ball to first. Hugs the ground, grabbed there by Tino. So the man who precedes Giambi retires him, 1 away.
Just enough sink on that fastball from Brazelton to get the ground ball off the bat of Giambi. Imagine right at the end, the target's low and away, and you can see the ball just sinking. And Giambi's always been a good low ball hitter, but that was a borderline strike. He couldn't afford to take it. And grounds out.
Here's Jorge Posada. 9 hits in his last 26 at-bats. He's building his average back up. He had a rough June. And the breaking ball is a strike. Brazelton has really battled through a lot of adversity in his life. He was one of a set of twins, and his brother had cerebral palsy and died in 2001. He pretty much raised himself when he was 12 years old. His mom battled drug problems, and he had to drive a car at 13 and get things and work. Still kept up a very good average in high school. And then got a big signing bonus with the Devil Rays and trying to find his way here in the major leagues. The 1-2. He struck him out on a change, 2 away.
Usually with a young pitcher, the last pitch to develop is a changeup. And this is a good one. We mentioned the fact he has a good slider, but there's a changeup that has Posada out in front. Brazelton has won his last 2 starts. Or make that he's won 2 out of his last 3. He lost his last one to Baltimore, but the prior 2 starts he'd actually won against Florida and Toronto.
Here's Hideki Matsui. Well, that's the one thing that the Devil Rays have to produce, Kenny, because they've proven they can produce position players. Aubrey Huff, Carl Crawford, Rocco Baldelli. You've got B.J. Upton in the minor leagues. They need to produce pitchers because a team with a limited budget cannot go out and bid for pitchers on the free agent market. They need a guy like Brazelton to make it. Rolls the hands over and grounds it softly to first. Tino will step on first. He beats Matsui there for the final out of a 1-2-3 inning. Well, the Yankees go down in order. We go to the 3rd inning here at the stadium. Devil Rays 2, Yankees nothing. We go to the top of the 3rd inning. Yankees trail 2-0, and Jose Cruz Jr. steps in against John Lieber. Weak hat, 0-1. Cruz singled to right and scored in the 1st inning. Crawford, Cruz, and Baldelli started the game with singles to load the bases, nobody out. That was in the 1st inning, and the Devil Rays pushed across 2 runs. There's a strike on the outside corner, 0-2.
One of the knocks on Cruz early in his career was he didn't walk enough. Well, he led the American League in walks in June with 20. But it pales in comparison to Barry Bonds in the National League, who walked 46 times in June.
Didn't he break the season mark for intentional walks yesterday?
Already 68 times he's been walked intentionally.
That's amazing. The 0-2 grounded softly back to Lieber, and he flips to Giambi. 1 away. Hey, come out to the stadium on Tuesday, August 3rd, as the first 18,000 fans 21 and over will receive a Phil Rizzuto bronze statuette, the 3rd Yankees legend in the Monument Park collection, courtesy of Hormel. You can complete this year's collection with the scooter. Visit the stadium ticket window, Yankees clubhouse shops. You can call Ticketmaster at 212-307-1212 or log on to Yankees.com. And Phil Rizzuto, the final Yankee introduced during the Old Timers Day ceremonies today, got a huge hand. And Yogi's right. Phil's hair's a little long. Philip Francis Rizzuto. If Phil was here right now in the booth, he'd say Baldelli's a paisan.
Thought you were going to say holy cow or something.
Good breaking ball diving down and away in the count 1-2.
Yeah, we were talking about walks for Bonds at 68 intentional. We're not even to the All-Star break yet. How many times has he walked, Michael?
128.
128 times.
Ground ball to Jeter. And he guns down Baldelli, who is probably the fastest right-handed batter in the American League, and Baldelli was hustling down the line. So 2 away.
Yeah, I remember finishing third in the league, second in the league 3 times in walks. And the highest total I ever had in one season was 123. And he's walked 128 times to get to the All-Star break.
And the argument is always, well, the Giants really should provide better protection for Bonds. And the interesting thing is, I don't think who would you rather pitch to? Well, who would you try to avoid and then pitch to Bonds instead? You could have Ken Griffey Jr. behind him. You'd still end up pitching an intentional walk to Bonds. That's just, even Barry Bonds backing up Barry Bonds wouldn't stop you from walking him.
You know, there's a question that every manager who faces Bonds does not want to hear. Why did you let Barry Bonds beat you? No manager wants to hear that. So that's why he gets so many walks.
Rounded up the middle off the leg of Lieber. That's going to be a base hit for Huff. Well, Jack McKeon, who's going to manage the National League All-Stars, has said that he might lead off Barry Bonds. And Joe Torre said that he's not going to intentionally walk Barry Bonds in an All-Star game. So maybe we'll get to see something.
Here's a look at the last ball. Kind of off the handle of Huff, but Lieber slowed it down so much that neither Cairo nor Jeter could make the play at first base, so it goes for an infield single for Aubrey Huff.
Here's Tino Martinez, sac fly to center field in the first inning. Lieber deals. There's a strike. Lieber likes pitching here at Yankee Stadium. He's 4-1 this year, 2-4 on the road. He's always been a pretty good home pitcher. Before he got hurt the previous 2 years with the Cubs, he was 16-3 at Wrigley and 10-11 on the road. Guess he's just more comfortable in his own bed.
Good challenging fastball to Tino Martinez there, and Tino had a good swing but fouled it back. That's his record this season at home as opposed to on the road.
The 0-2 outside and the count 1-2. Tino reunited with some of his former teammates during the Old Timers game. Jim Leyritz went over to say hello. Jim Abbott, who wasn't a teammate of Tino's, came over and said hi as well. Contemporaries. Popped up behind the plate. Posada gives it a look. Leans in and can't make the play. Valiant try there by Jorge Posada, and Derek Jeter knows the feeling. He has visited seats before.
Good round of applause for the effort of Posada on this play. Well, how many rows has he reached? Actually, about 2 rows back. And it looked like he might have gotten a glove on it. We'll get another look at it here. Just barely off the edge of the glove and then on into the seats. Yep.
It was in there.
Couldn't quite hold it. Tino, as a visiting player here at the Yankee Stadium, had 94 at-bats as a visitor, both with Seattle and now with Tampa Bay and with the St. Louis Cardinals. 10 home runs as a visitor.
96 at-bats?
94.
It's even better. It's about 60 home runs in a regular season. Pumped?
Yes.
She's sitting right by the yes sign. Her sentiments exactly. A 1-2. Grounded up the middle. Cairo is there. He'll take the out at first. He gets it, and that'll do it here in the third. For the Devil Rays, no runs a hit, no errors, and 1 man left. One of the great moments here during Old Timers Day is seeing the scooter. Phil Rizzuto, what an unbelievable career he had. The MVP in 1950, part of all those championship teams, and a stellar broadcaster as well. Holy cow. We go to the bottom of the third inning here at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Tampa Bay 2 and the New York Yankees nothing. It'll be Cairo, Lofton, and Williams against Dewan Brazelton. Yankees have 1 hit against the young right-hander. 2-out single by Sheffield in the first. Some clouds overhead here at the stadium, but for the most part, it has been a lovely Saturday afternoon in New York City. And it's a full house here at Yankee Stadium. Over 50,000 for Old Timers Day. And the pitch to Cairo. 1-0. Cairo 11 for his last 28. He's had a solid first half of the season. Nobody could have expected more from Miguel Cairo. He's played a good second base, hitting .303. Hit sharply, foul.
He's hitting 7 of his last 8 games, and he was picked by the Devil Rays in the expansion draft back in '97. Of course, the Devil Rays came aboard in the American League in 1998. Cairo played 3 seasons with Tampa Bay.
1-1. Grounded to short. Lugo is there. Low throw, but a nice stretch by Tino. 1 away here in the third.
Devil Rays have a very solid defensive infield, and their outfield, as Michael pointed out, is very speedy. So defense is not their problem. Their pitching has gotten better. I believe the last time we were in Tampa Bay, their team started to come around a bit. It was led by their bullpen surge, which had gone on a scoreless inning string. And then the hitting picked up, and they started winning games.
No one is using the trip to Tokyo as an excuse, but the Devil Rays have certainly hinted at it. And Lou Piniella's not saying that the distance traveled is what hurt them, but the fact that they didn't have enough time in spring training, because spring training in effect was cut short, and he could not see enough of his players nor his pitchers get enough innings for him to really feel comfortable before the start of the season. The 0-2.
You know, that is a problem with a team that is up and coming, because you have to make decisions as that would affect them more than it would the Yankees, who had more of a solid team and knew who's going to play and be on the ball club.
Now, we've seen Brazelton pitch before, and he looks so much more in command and more poised on the mound than we've ever seen him before. So whatever they've done in the minor leagues, it seems like they've been successful. Lofton reaches and taps it foul.
One thing we've seen, he's got 3 decent pitches now that he can get near the plate. Of course, his fastball, his breaking ball, and he's shown a good changeup this afternoon on occasion. Working pretty fast. And that always keeps your fielders on their toes.
Well, we've got 2 pitchers that get the ball and throw the ball, Lieber and Brazelton.
You notice he didn't even, after he threw the ball, he got right back on top of the rubber, didn't walk around, he's ready to go.
3-2. He struck out Lofton. Pitch kind of moving away from Lofton. A pretty pitch, 2 away. Second strikeout for Brazelton.
Well, the hitters on the Yankee bench have had a chance to talk about Brazelton now. It's been 1 time through the order. He's only allowed 1 hit. That was a single to Gary Sheffield. See what happens second time through.
Bernie led off and grounded to first, and the count now 1-0.
Yeah, the hitters have had a chance to compare notes now after each one of them's had that bat. Might be talking about that sinking fastball, the good changeup. Here's that pitch Bernie lays off of it that time. Sinking fastball.
And the count 2-0. Changeup was high. Ooh, changeup on 2-0.
Yeah, it shows you he has confidence in that pitch. Or remember, he's got a veteran catcher in Brooke Fordyce behind the plate, and Brazelton has not been in the league that long, so it's Fordyce is more or less calling this game.
And 4-pitch walk to Bernie Williams. First walk of the game issued by Brazelton.
It's like Fordyce is saying, I'll call him, you execute.
Here's Derek Jeter. Jeter flied out to right in the first inning. Inside out swing by Jeter. He takes it to the upper deck on the right side foul.
So you saw the one finger. That was a fastball with nobody on second base. That's what the signs are less complicated. Reaching base. Shannon Stewart 20 consecutive games. Derek Jeter 15. Johnny Damon, who's been swinging a very hot bat for the Boston Red Sox, and Mike Sweeney of the Kansas City Royals. All on streaks.
What was A-Rod's streak? 52?
56 maybe?
Check. So they're not even close to what A-Rod had earlier in the year. 53 consecutive for A-Rod. There's a ground ball to second. They get the force at second, and that'll do it in the third inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and one man left on base. We played 3 at the stadium. It's 2-0 Tampa Bay. You're watching Yes. The 2-run shot by Knobloch tied the game at 5. That's where we are right now in the bottom of the 10th inning. Remlinger deals the 1-1. Swung on a drill deep to left field. That could go. Williams back, looking up. See ya! A home run into the Braves bullpen in left center field. And the Yankees win the game 6-5. Oh, what a home run for Chad Curtis. Oh, man, it doesn't get better than this. We move to the 4th inning here at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Tampa Bay 2 and the Yankees nothing. Julio Lugo digs in against John Lieber. And the pitch is high. Lieber always struggles in the first inning. You hope that he doesn't struggle enough that the Yankees can't come back. 2-0, certainly not insurmountable. Lugo bunts one foul down the third baseline.
We had pointed out that Lugo's been one of the best road hitters in the league. 15 for 37 in his last 9 road games. Looks like the good old out of doors to play baseball instead of Tropicana Field.
That could do it. Although you'd think the artificial turf would help in Tropicana.
Yeah, ground balls.
And the count 2-1. Another bunt. This is a beauty. No chance. That's a base hit for Lugo. Now, this was a big day for the Munson family. Thurman's widow, Diana, threw out the first pitch of the Old Timers Day. And before the game, right in front of Thurman's plaque out in Monument Park, his son, Michael, proposed to his girlfriend, Michelle. Michelle said yes. So it's now his fiancée, and a really, really poignant moment. People cheering. And Michael's mom, Diana, came in and hugged, and just a great moment. Great moment in front of his dad's plaque out in Monument Park. So congratulations to Michael and Michelle. That was some moment during the first pitch, Kenny, when all of Thurman's teammates surrounded the mound and Diana Munson came out and threw out the first pitch. It was emotional. You wonder what goes through the family's mind when they come back to Yankee Stadium. Thurman passed away 25 years ago on August 2nd, 1979, in a plane crash in Ohio.
It's hard to believe it's been that long. 25 years. The time flies by. Here's Diana Munson going to the mound, as Michael said. And they're the former teammates from those days. She threw a strike, too.
That was a great moment, and she threw it to Rick Cerrone, who took over behind the plate for Thurman in 1980. A lot of signs around the ballpark. Thurman Munson still our captain. Gone but not forgotten, that's for sure. Vic fouls it away. You played against him, Kenny. Was he as tough a player as they said?
There's no doubt about it. A great competitor, and I'll remember that night too, because the first game that the Yankees played after the funeral was against Baltimore, and they introduced both teams. We came to the foul lines for the introduction. And, you know, it was a sad, sad night for the Yankees for sure, but it was sad for baseball in general.
That scooped into right field. Coming on is Sheffield. He can't get there. He cuts the ball off in the gap. Lugo is going to go for third. The throw from Cairo is in time. Sheffield got it to Cairo. Cairo fired to A-Rod, and they got Lugo for the first out of the inning. And that is not good base running, making the first or third out at third base.
Lou Piniella watching Lugo. The first play is Sheffield cutting this off. And then the second play is an accurate throw to Cairo. And then the throw to third is right on the money. The cutoff, the relay, and then the throw to A-Rod for the tag on Lugo for the out. It looks as though Lugo didn't get a good jump, and second of all, he didn't look at the coach at third. He just took off for third base. And the Yankees made not one but two good throws that cut him down at third. It shows you the importance of hitting the cutoff or relay man.
And I also mentioned you don't make the first or third out. And the reason for that is, and you'll see Lugo take off from first, is that you could get there on an out and still be there with one.
See, that's where the problems came. He stopped. He thought Sheffield might catch it. And that killed his momentum. Then he had to try and regain it, but it wasn't enough.
Fordyce goes down swinging. Top of the fourth inning. It's time for the Aflac trivia question.
Aflac!
And it's about Red Ruffing, who got a plaque dedicated posthumously in his honor today before the game. Red Ruffing's 7 World Series wins tie him for second most all time. Who are the second or the 2 players that he is tied with?
Wow.
We'll find out in the bottom of the inning. The pitch to Ray Sanchez is a strike.
Red Ruffing, the winningest right-hander in Yankee history. 231 wins.
And Red Ruffing's family was here to unveil that plaque. There's a ground ball to third. A-Rod fields, goes the short way, and that'll do it here in the fourth inning. Good defensive play helped the Yankees in this inning, and Lieber did not allow a run. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left. We go to the bottom of the fourth inning. It's Tampa Bay 2, the Yankees nothing. And Red Ruffing, the Yankees got him from the Boston Red Sox. Terrible pitcher with the Red Sox, turned his career around in New York, became a Hall of Famer.
Hola fanáticos de los Yankees. No se olviden de sintonizar los Yankees en español por el canal YES, oprimiendo el botón SAP en su televisor.
We go to the bottom of the fourth inning, and Gary Sheffield digs in against Dwan Brazelton. And Sheffield has the Yankees' only hit against Brazelton, a 2-out single in the first inning. 2-7-0 for the Devil Rays, 0-1-0 for the Yankees. Brazelton has kept the ball in the ballpark. No home runs in his last 36 innings. And the Yankees, well, they hit home runs. Let's see what gives, or if anything does give. A 3-0 count on Sheffield. Let's see if they turn him out loose. And the pitch was high. So a 4-pitch walk issued to Sheffield. Let's take a look at that Aflac trivia question, and we'll give you the answer. It involves Red Ruffing, who was honored posthumously with a plaque in Monument Park, and it was unveiled today. Now the question is, Red Ruffing's 7 World Series wins tie him for second most all time. Who are the 2 players with which he is tied?
I know one of them.
Which one?
Bob Gibson.
All right, let's see. And Allie Reynolds.
Okay.
Allie Reynolds with the Yankees, Bob Gibson with the Cardinals. A-Rod fouls it back.
You know, it makes sense that it would be a Yankee and Allie Reynolds, and it makes, you know, sense that it would be a great World Series pitcher like Bob Gibson was with the Cardinals. Those are the 2 teams. The Yankees winning 26 times in the World Series, and the Cardinals winning 9, so that they've had their opportunities. Well, being on some very good teams.
A-Rod's battling a slump. He popped the short in the first inning. Now 6 for his last 42. Now Fordyce will go out and talk with Brazelton. A-Rod didn't have a real successful turn as a batting coach with Bobby Mercer today during the Old Timers Day game. Bobby was consulting with A-Rod, and with A-Rod as his coach, he had a very soft ground ball to second base.
Although he was quick to point out that it was hit harder than the one that Don Mattingly hit.
I don't know if that was the mission statement. So he's gone through Giambi, Matsui, and now A-Rod. We'll have to see what he does next year. But Bobby did have a single in his second at bat, a line single in right field.
Sometimes you got to walk before you can run now. You know what I mean?
Now, A-Rod kept it real simple for Bobby. He just wrote on the bat, hit it here. And that's very simple coaching. That's something Tom Amansky would do. That one's hit deep to left field. See ya! Oh, a monster home run into the upper deck in left field. A-Rod has tied the game with one of the longest home run to left field that you will see at the stadium. Wow. He hit it there.
I wonder if Bobby wrote on his bat. Well, Brazelton's home run streak of innings will come to an end. He hadn't given up a home run all year, and this is not a cheap one. If you're going to give one up, it might as well be one that you'll remember. And the fans sitting in the upper deck in left field will remember, especially the fan who caught the ball.
Well, you have a seat up there, Ken. You are not thinking for one moment that you are ever going to get a souvenir baseball.
You know, we've seen him go on the upper deck in the right field because it's closer, but left field is further away.
We've seen very few balls hit into the left field upper deck. I remember that Cecil Fielder's 50th home run when he was with the Tigers. That was about 12, 13 years ago, went into the upper deck, and it's just a stunning shot. You don't see it.
Jose Canseco hit one up there while he was with the Yankees.
22nd home run of the year for Rodriguez, 2 behind the leader, Manny Ramirez. And there's a walk to Giambi. And Chuck Hernandez is going to come out and calm down DeJuan Brazelton, because a home run like that will shake you up.
Oof. Fasten your seatbelts. That was a long flight.
You think they served a meal on that one?
And a movie.
We told you he's been slumping, and what a way to break out of a slump. 6 for his last 42, and then that. Lofton's counting how many rows. Let's count. I think it's 6.
1, 2, 3. It's up where that young lady. There's the gentleman who has the ball.
I think 6 rows up.
6 rows up. In an apartment building, that might be 6 flights up. And it looks as though it has scared him out of the strike zone here, because Giambi's walked and Posada takes ball 1 immediately. He's counting.
I think he kept all the knowledge for himself. He didn't tell it to Bobby. And Brazelton really does seem like a different pitcher since that home run. The count now 2-0.
Well, he came out of the inning and immediately walked Gary Sheffield, I believe, on 4 pitches. So then he comes back into the strike zone and maybe too much into it for A-Rod.
The count 3-0. Alex Rodriguez, the starting third baseman on the American League All-Star team, one of 8 Yankees that will be going to Houston. The 3-0. There's a strike, and the count 3-1. Take a look at the Yankee All-Stars this season. Giambi, Rodriguez, Jeter. Those are the starters. Sheffield, Matsui. And the count 3-2. And then the pitchers, Rivera, Gordon, and Javier Vasquez. On deck is Hideki Matsui. Giambi leads off first, and the 3-2. Posada strikes out on the change after being up in the count 3-0, so that's one away. We're joined now by one of our favorite people around the ballpark, and a big part of Yankee Old Timers Day every year, and that's Gene Stick Michael. Stick, thanks for coming by.
Thank you, Michael.
How you doing?
Our pleasure.
When you look at everything that's transpired when you started building this club in the early 90s, how much pride do you take in what you did to contribute to this?
You always feel good when you have winning teams coming, but I feel lucky that we didn't trade some of the players that been our nucleus here. I'm just thankful we didn't trade those players. Every player gets talked about sometime or another, and I remember talking about Rivera. It never got serious, but I remember talking about Posada. But it never got serious. And Bernie Williams, naturally. Bernie used to start slowly. And, we kept Bernie. So you get a little lucky with some things. You trade the players that you think that maybe aren't quite as promising. And you don't hope that they don't make it, but it sure makes you look good when they don't.
Yankees and the Tampa Bay Devil Rays are tied at 2. The pitch to Matsui is a ground ball to second base. This is going to be 2. There's 1. And there is 2. Now, Gene, you're not going to get away that quick, so you'll stay for the next inning?
Sure.
All right, that's Gene Michael. The Yankees tie the game, though. 2 runs on 1 hit, and nobody left on base. And that 1 hit, it was a beauty. First, he gave batting tips to Bobby Mercer during the Old Timers Day. Didn't work for Bobby. It worked for A-Rod. He went into the upper deck in left field. 2-2 as we go to the 5th.
I'm Fred Hickman with the studio update brought to you by Nissan and your Nissan dealer. St. Louis Cardinals have won 8 straight, and in 4 straight, Jim Edmonds has done this. Homered off Chicago's Matt Clement, his 20th of the year. Cardinals go on to win at 5-2. They lead the Cubs and Cincinnati by 8 games in the NL Central, guys.
Carl Crawford leads off the top of the 5th inning. Took a first pitch strike from John Lieber, and the count is 0-1. New ball game, 2-2 on A-Rod's upper deck home run in the bottom of the 4th inning. The 0-1 is popped up. Shallow left. Backing up is Jeter. He's there. 1 away. Now, Stick, you've seen a lot, and we're sitting here with Gene Stick Michael here in the booth during Old Timers Day, and you've seen a lot of baseball here at Yankee Stadium. How many home runs have you seen into the upper deck and left?
Not too many. I've seen a few. I've seen a few in left field. Not too many, though, but I saw one out near the end over that Snapple sign.
Uh-huh.
Of course, I never hit any out there. But I hit one time in the upper deck.
Did you?
Yeah. Right field in the old stadium, the upper deck.
That's an impressive blow.
Yeah, it was good. Mickey Mantle said he was going to put it on TV. And he said, you get that seat painted? And he said, I'll put it on there. And he said, who'd you hit it off of? I said, Dick Hauser. It was infield batting practice.
Here's Jose Cruz Jr. The count is 1-1. And Lieber deals. High pop-up. Shallow center. Lofton coming on. And he calls off Matsui and makes the play. Gene, what do these days mean to you? You have a lot of fun during the Old Timers?
Yeah, it is fun. It's fun seeing everybody and seeing how they're progressing in their lives, and everything. It's having played against some of them and played with some of them, it's always fun. And then Thurman won some day and seen his family, and Thurman was my roommate. I roomed with him 5 years, and that's always nice to be with any kind of a memory for Thurman.
Kitty, our colleague Jim Cott has always credited you with being able to apply the quick tag at second base, sometimes the phantom tag on runners when they're coming in. Of course, you being a middle infielder. Is that something they would teach throughout the organization?
Not too much. I think what it is, it's feel. And first of all, I think you have to lose your fear.
Okay.
And second, you can't be worried about spikes or people sliding in. You just have to trust it. knowing where it is. And you let the ball come all the way to second, you catch it and go straight down. You don't reach for it and take it back.
Okay.
If you reach up front and take it back, I think you're a little bit afraid. But I never had the fear. I always felt that I could feel where the runner was and I could get out of the way.
Well, 1-2-3 inning as Baldelli flies out the Sheffield stick. It's always great to see you around. And again, I do give you a lot of the credit for what happened here.
You've been great. All you people have been great to me. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dick. We go to the bottom of the fifth. Miguel Cairo leads off here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Good to talk with Gene Michael, the vice president and senior advisor here with the Yankees.
Well, Gene has a lot to do with the trades that the Yankees make, and with the trade deadline coming out, I'm sure he's got his feelers out along with the rest of the scouts of the Yankee organization if the Yankees decide to make a deal that might help a specific area of the team.
Now, as I mentioned during the intros, he's the only person in Yankee history to have been a player, a coach, a scout, a manager, and a general manager. He has really done it all here, and he is really a trusted right-hand man, long time for the owner of the Yankees, George Steinbrenner, who really trusts Gene Michael quite a bit. That one's popped up to shallow right, and Jose Cruz Jr. is there, one away. So Brazelton, who got a little frazzletoned after the home run by A-Rod, settled down, got a double play, and then Cairo with a fly ball to right for the first out of the fifth. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the aforementioned New York Yankees. Here's Kenny Lofton. Lofton struck out in the third, and the pitch is inside, 1-0.
You say you got Frazzleton?
Frazzleton. Lofton's 8 for his last 16. He's been red hot of late. And done a nice job in center field as well. So the Yankees seem to have settled into a lineup right now with Lofton batting ninth and playing center, Bernie leading off and DHing.
Lofton has a 5-game hitting streak. He's also 6 for his last 13 on his homestand. And over a longer period, he's 21 for 58.
You know, we spoke about this on the postgame yesterday, Kenny. This guy's learning a whole new role. This guy's been an everyday player his whole career, and now injuries have kind of given him some truncated roster action, and even when he's healthy, he's not playing as much. That one is lined deep to right field. Fair ball, it's trouble, but it's foul in the seats. And now the more he produces, though, the more Joe Torre is obviously going to pencil him into the lineup no matter who's on the mound, because lefties aren't going to slow down Lofton. He's long been a guy who can hit left-handers.
And he can also bunt, make things happen out of the leadoff spot if he gets a chance to do that. Of course, today he's batting ninth, which is in a lot of ways managers use speedy runners at the top of the order and at the bottom. And when you have he and Williams and Jeter together, there's some speed.
And Lofton works a walk with 1 out.
Here's a problem for a lot of these young pitchers around the league. They have good stuff, but their command is not what it should be. And, you know, Lou doesn't have patience with pitchers to begin with. That's going back to his playing days. But that's the 4th walk handed out by Brazelton this afternoon. One of them so far has come around to score. That was Sheffield in front of A-Rod's home run. But last night in the 5th inning, the Yankees got 3 walks and 2 of them scored.
Lofton leads off first. Of course, a threat to steal. And the pitch to Bernie Williams is a strike.
Maybe even more so of a threat with a youngster like Brazelton on the mound and a catcher like Fordyce, whose reputation is not being a strong thrower. Fordyce calls an excellent game, but it's tough for him to throw people out at this stage.
High pop-up. Left field. Converging Baldelli and Crawford, and in left center, Baldelli makes the play, 2 down. Now you can see Jeter is making fun of A-Rod's celebration following the home run. So that was last inning now. Let's see if A-Rod makes fun of Jeter if he celebrates.
I'll tell you what, if I hit one that far, I'm going to celebrate.
I'd celebrate. If I hit one, I'd celebrate.
Yeah.
Lofton goes. No throw. Standing. He stole second base standing.
Whoa, what a jump. He is long gone. Brazelton still has the ball. And Fordyce can't do anything with it but throw it back to the pitcher. Oh, a veteran.
542nd stolen base. #1 amongst active players. Now in scoring position for Jeter. That just slipped out of Brazelton's hand and the count 2-0.
And you notice Derek recognized right away that the ball, even though it was a ball, he made no effort to swing at it, realizing that Lofton had such a great jump. He's just let him get into scoring position.
Jeter's 0 for 2 today. Fly to right and hit into a 4-6 force. Rounded softly to third. Huff across the diamond, and they get Jeter for the 3rd time today. And the final out of the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left. So Derek Jeter and A-Rod, buddies for a long time, and now Jeter, a pretty good mimic as well. We go to the 6th. It's 2-2. Swing and a miss by Lugo on the count 0-1.
And Lugo's having a heck of a problem with the breaking ball this afternoon. Now, he did have a strikeout on the breaking ball in the 1st inning, and then he had a base hit in the 4th.
There's the pitch to Lugo and a strike. Old Timers Day is always special because you get to see people that you enjoy to spend time with, and one of those people is Joe Pepitone. He joins us in the booth right now. Joe, how you doing?
I feel fine, Michael. Thanks for the cheese on your pizza. I know you.
My pleasure. My pleasure. The 0-2 outside.
This is great. This is really great. Old Timers Day with these guys.
Got a memories flood back for you.
Just going up the same stories every year. For 30 years, I've been playing old timers games. I hear the same stories every year, and I still laugh at them the same way.
Well, you get to be a better ball player each year, too.
I don't know. The tough thing about old timers game, you get up once, and if you ground out, you have to wait a whole year to come back and do it again.
But you got a hit today, right?
I got a hit, yes. I got a hit. My hand stung, and it's a little blooper, but that's normally the way I hit when I played.
You know, you get stung in July?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's tough. Don't forget I'm 63 years old. There's no more blisters on these heads.
I'm thinking, you know, maybe April. You know, it stings October, but it's worth this thing in October because you're still playing.
You were a good hitter, so you never got stung too much.
Every once in a while. But if you get a hit, you'll take them.
Here's Robert Fick. He digs in. Fick is 1 for 2. A line drive, base hit to left center field. Cutting across is Lofton. And he holds it to just a single as Martinez stops at second. So runners on first and second, 2 outs. Joe, you saw so much baseball. You were on so many great Yankee teams. Best player you ever saw?
Oh, you go down the line. I was on great teams. And Mantle. Don't forget, when I came up, Mickey was still playing pretty good ball. His legs were pretty good condition. But then I saw him deteriorate a little bit. Mantle was a complete ball player to me, you know. You went out there and you watched him in center field hustling, breaking up a double play where he was told not to slide anything. It made you a better ball player. You just want to go out there and give it a little bit more. You come a little tired of the ballpark, you turn around and look at him. And so he inspired me a lot. And he was such a great guy, too.
How did it feel as a local guy to play for the Yankees?
There's nothing better. You know, you don't forget, you have a lot of fans that come to, friends that come to the ball game. I had a load. All Italians in the left field bleachers, you know. And all. But I mean, it was just a lot of fun playing here in New York, coming up from New York and making the Yankees.
Joe, is it true you really had the first hairdryer in
I
baseball?
had the first hairdryer, yes. And,
where'd you get it?
You know, I also hit Grand Slammers and things like that. You know? But every time I go, they introduce me to the guy that brought the hairdryer into the clubhouse. And I remember that day, too, because Yogi looked at me funny, Mantle looked at me funny, Hank Bauer, all these guys. And it was strange, a guy walking to a hairdryer. But meanwhile, everybody started using it a little at a time. And now you have it built into the lockers.
Absolutely.
Now they got spas in there.
Yeah, they get everything in there. That's I know. Forget about it.
Joe, best pitcher ever faced?
The toughest pitcher I ever faced, and one I really had trouble with was Sparky Lau. And I hit 9 home runs off Vicky Lolich. You know, that's like,
not easy.
It's unreal. Yeah. But I mean, Sparky, I just couldn't pick up. He 2 3/4, and I did for 4 years slides. I never seen a fastball. So Sparky was the toughest for me.
First and second, 2 outs. Brooke Fordyce at the plate. Yankees and the Devil Rays are tied at 2 here in the top of the 6th. We're talking with Joe Pepitone here on Old Timers Day.
What do you think of the current Yankee bunch here?
Oh, boy. You know what? You know, when I got into baseball, I never watched the game too much on TV and all that. But I find myself all the time turning on TV because you got such a lineup here. And you got power after power after power, you know. You got like a bunch of superstars. And it's great to watch. It's great to watch these guys.
And the way Joe runs the team, actually, they had 2 sacrifice bunts in last night's game, help them win the game. So they do little things, too.
Joe and I played Sandlot all together. We came all the way up from
parade grounds?
All the way parade grounds. He played on Diamond 1, I played on Diamond 13, and we were fenced in. And Joe was a pretty good pitcher, too, you know. He pitched, he caught, he played third, he played all over. I know Joe a long time.
You know, years ago, I played in the Bronx League, and we went over to Brooklyn. We took a team down to Brooklyn once. We went to the parade grounds, and they beat us so bad, Joe. I said, I'm never going back to Brooklyn again.
Well, they're going to beat you one way or the other. I'll tell you that. You come to Brooklyn. You come to Brooklyn. They don't beat you. Your car's gone.
You don't want to go down there and win the game, right?
No. You just got to. You try not to hit to come to Brooklyn. You don't want to get. You don't want any problems.
You know, we're trying to impress the scouts. They had scouts in Brooklyn too. You know, I'm a young kid.
Of course, all over. It was kind of tough. I mean, the scouts were on his side too.
2-2 to Fordyce. Fouls it back.
Oh, those are the days.
Oh, boy, I tell you. You know, you don't find, you go around now today in Brooklyn, in that area, that Park Slope area, Park Circle and all that, and these diamonds, and they're fenced in now. We had playing open fields, but there's nobody playing. You just don't see these kids out there.
That's very true, and it's not only around here, it's everywhere.
And I played on, I looked at the fields, we played on charcoal, you know what I mean? And it was tough. That washing machine took a lot of beatings.
He struck him out. And that'll do it here in the 6th. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We're going to keep Joe Pepitone here for the bottom of the inning as well. Got a nice hand, as he always does, when he was introduced to the crowd during the Old Timers Day ceremonies. And also went high and picked up a pitch and got a hit. We'll come back. Tonight after the postgame, the baseball continues here on Yes when the Bombers Single A affiliate Staten Island Yankees host their interborough rivals and Mets farm team, the Brooklyn Cyclones. Join Joe Girardi and Spiro Ditas as they call all the action live from Richmond County Bank Ballpark tonight after the postgame right here on Yes. We have a Brooklyn guy in the booth with us, and that is Joe Pepitone as we move to the bottom of the 6th inning here at the stadium. Yankees and the Devil Rays are tied at 2. Gary Sheffield leads it off. It'll be Sheffield, A-Rod, and Giambi. And the pitch is low. Joe, did you have as much fun as we read about?
You really want to get into this?
Don't get specific.
You know what? I don't know. When we came up, the game, it was fun. We weren't making money. You just get out there and you just had a ball. And the guys all hung out together. After the game, there'd be 15 guys, 10 guys together, go out and eat together and tell stories and do what we had to do.
Really?
It was just a great time. You got out there, it's just like playing ball. When it wasn't fun anymore, I really had to get out. Because that was the game.
Now, you played in 2 pretty good times. You played with the Yankees and Chicago. Yeah. Chicago's pretty fun, too.
Chicago was great. We had, there was a good ball club. Sandel, Beckett, Kessinger. You had Billy Williams, Ernie Banks. You had Holtzman pitching. You had a lot of guys, Fergie Jenkins. We had a good ball club.
That's when I first came to the big leagues.
Oh,
yeah, it was.
Boy, that was a great ball club. And we had a great manager, Leo, who let me stay out a little late at night.
He's probably out with you.
He joined me.
Right. They used to say that 9 o'clock in the morning came quicker than Chicago than any place else in the world.
But you know, it was tough.
All the day games.
Oh, it was tough. But I loved to play day baseball. And I owned a club there, so I had to be at the ballpark at 9 and probably get out of the club at 4. And I had my best years.
Well, Sheffield walks, and that'll bring up Alex Rodriguez. That's the 5th walk by Brazelton. Last time up, Alex Rodriguez hit one of the longest home runs you'll see here at Yankee Stadium. An upper deck shot into the left field seats. You haven't seen many up there, have you, Joe?
I missed that shot. I was up in the booth over there before, and I missed it.
It was up in Mickey Mantle territory.
Oh,
Let's put it that way.
You
Yeah.
really hit it well, huh?
6 rows up in the upper deck and left.
We'll give you a look at it.
The last time I seen that was Frank Howard.
And here you'll see right now, Joe, what it looked like.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Closer look replay brought to you by
quick,
Samsung. Oh, it got out in a hurry.
I saw Frank Howard in the World Series hit a couple. We used to have speakers out in left center field where the Dynasty sign is. Used to be speakers out. He hit a line drive about 10 feet off the ground. So he was pretty good.
And Luke Piniella does not have much patience with the pitchers who can't find the strike zone. And this is the second time Brazelton has walked Sheffield leading off an inning. And that's never good.
The 0-1. A little bit low, 1-1. How good was Whitey in big games?
Oh, you know, he was so good. He just, you know, he threw everything. He hit the corners like that. He changed his speeds off the curveball. He drove a fast curveball, shake a little off that. He was like, you know, Eddie Lopat was his mentor, so he pitched like the way Eddie did. But Whitey could throw hard. You know, Whitey threw 90 miles an hour more than McCall sometimes. You know, he could let it loose. He had a great pickoff throw.
Ground ball is short. Tough hop. There's one. And there's two. 6-4-3 double play here in the 6th inning. So two-way. And he follows up the long home run with a 6-4-3. Brazelton's thrown 89 pitches. You can see the ratio is not too good. 49 strikes and 40 balls. But he seems to have bouts with wildness. Other times he's right around the plate. And that'll bring up Giambi.
We had mentioned, Joe, that Brazelton had Tommy John surgery when he was 16 years old. Huh?
There's a ground ball to first base. Tino is there, and he will beat Giambi to the bag. Joe, thanks a lot for coming by. We appreciate it.
Michael, thank you.
Always
nice
good to see you.
Pepe, good luck,
buddy. Thank you.
That's Joe Pepitone. We played 6 innings here on Old Timers Day at the stadium. Yankees 2 and the Devil Rays 2 on Yes.
The New York Yankees, the most renowned sports franchise in the world, have won more championships than any other team in the history of sports. On Tuesday, August 3rd, the first 18,000 fans 21 and over will receive a Phil Rizzuto bronze statuette, the 3rd Yankees Legend of the Monument Park collection, courtesy of Hormel, the 2004 New York Yankees, world class.
We go to the 7th inning here at Yankee Stadium. It's almost becoming nighttime here at the stadium, but we still got plenty of innings of daylight to go. We've got plenty of innings to go. We go to the 7th. It's 2-2. Ray Sanchez leads off against Lieber, and the pitch is inside 1-0.
You know, this being a 4-game series with the Yankees winning last night, they ensured that the Devil Rays would not win this series. And the Rays have never, ever beaten the Yankees in a series before September the 1st. Now, usually after September the 1st, the Yankees either get close to clinching or, you know, they're playing other players as they get ready. They're getting their rotation set. The Devil Rays have been able to win a series from time to time in September, but never before the month of September.
Well, the numbers are this. In Yankee Stadium, the Devil Rays have won 1 series. They've lost 13 and split 2. And the only series they ever won was September 24th through the 27th, 1999. Sanchez goes down on strikes, and Lieber really looks good. And in the history of the head-to-head, It's 4-25-5. 4 wins, 25 losses, and 5 splits. Overall, the Devil Rays are 30-72 against the Yankees. And here at Yankee Stadium, they're 11-37. Carl Crawford is 1 for 3. Singled and scored in the first. And a ground ball and a pop up to short. So the count 0-1.
Just as in his last start, Lieber's had a good breaking ball. He's got 5 strikeouts, which is 1 under his season high. He had 6 against the Tigers in his last start. But he has struck out all right-handed hitters. Lugo twice, Fordyce twice, and now Sanchez. So that breaking ball has been very effective against the righties.
Slapped and grabbed there by A-Rod. Took a double away from Crawford. Remember, A-Rod's playing close because he's trying to cut off the bunt while the slap ground ball, so quick reaction time to haul that in.
You know what I think of when I see this play? I think of the video we had the other night of he working with A-Rod working with Louis Soho prior to the ball game. Coming out early, he'd made a couple of errors, and coming out and paying the price early, working on his defensive play at third, and there's a situation where quick reaction paid off.
Pitch to Cruz is a strike. And this is what Kenny's talking about. Showed up very early at the ballpark working with Soho, and most of it was on footwork. Ground ball to first. Nice easy inning for Lieber. Giambi beats Cruz to the bag, and that'll do it 1-2-3 here in the top of the 7th. At the end of 6.5 innings of play, get up and stretch. Yankees 2, Tampa Bay 2, and why don't you remain standing to honor America as you listen to the voice of Yankee Stadium, Mr. Bob Shepard.
And please offer a moment of silent prayer as we remember the servicemen and women who are stationed around the globe. And please also remember all of those who have lost their lives defending our freedom and our way of life.
I'm Fred Hickman with the Studio Update, brought to you by your Tri-State Quality Ford store. The Braves and the Phils going at it this afternoon. 1 on in the 7th inning for Charles Thomas, who crushes his 2nd home run of the game on Real Cormier. Braves win it 4-0. Braves within 2 games of the first-place Phils in the NL East, a half game behind the 2nd-place Mets, guys.
Well, thank you, Fred. As we head to the bottom of the 7th inning here at Yankee Stadium, the Yankees and the Devil Rays are tied at 2. Tom Gordon begin to throw in the Yankee bullpen. And Old Timers Day, we get to talk to one of the greats, Hall of Famer Reginald Martinez Jackson joins us in the booth. Reggie, how you doing?
I'm doing well, Mike. I'm going to start changing that too. If you're hanging around guys like Jamie Foxx and P. Diddy, they call you OG. That means old-time gangster. So now I want to change to OT, old-timer, because, I mean, OT, just OT. Hey, OT, what's up?
Well, we are here with OT, Reggie Jackson.
There you go. Thank you, sir.
You didn't play today. We missed you. Your wheel's a little bum, right?
I had a torn medial meniscus, and had to get it cut out. Uh-oh.
Deep fly ball by Posada going back. Is Baldelli one away?
You hear, uh-oh, you know. When I used to play against John Mayberry. He said, Reggie, you're my kind of guy because you make the people go, ooh, ooh, when you swing and miss. And once a week, you make them go, wow.
John was funny. He used to go up to the get down to first base, and then I'd say, John, how you doing? He said, I'm just looking for a cheeseburger I can take a bite out of.
Here's Hideki Matsui. And the pitch is a strike. Reggie must have been very emotional during the ceremonies when Diana Munson threw out the first pitch.
You know, the thing that was so nice to me is all the players walked around the mound and hugged her. Everybody took their hat off. You know, and then when they show the video up there and you see Thurman, he was such a great hitter. He was such a good performer, such a great clutch hitter, drove in a lot of clutch runs. And for me, hitting behind him, he was one of those guys that would say to me, Reggie, how do you hit this guy? And I'd say, well, I hit him pretty good. He says, okay, I'm going to try to get a base hit to right field. If I miss, then he'll be in scoring position for you. had come up one time and Andy Hassler was pitching. And I'd rather eat flies than hit off him. Okay. And so he says to me, how do you hit this guy? And I said, oh, I'll struggle a little bit. He said, okay, I'm going to try to drive him in. I mean, so he was that, that kind of a hitter and that good, yeah. And one day he was facing Doug Bird in postseason. And he says, you're going to have to take care of this guy because I don't hit him. I don't see the ball that well. He said, so I'm just going to try to put the bat on the ball. And he hit the home run in the bullpen and won the ball game. So he could do everything.
In doing the research for the center stage we did together, I was surprised to learn that Thurman Munson actually went to George Steinbrenner, and there are several free agents on the market. He said, go out and get Reggie Jackson. That's the guy we want. That's the guy we need. That's the guy that will complete this team.
Thurman and I, if it hadn't been for the one article was written in Sport magazine, the straws that stirs the drink article, which I can say on television here now that I never really said. It was created by Roger Ward. If that article had not been written in a supposed, what do you call it, off the record, this guy, and Thurman and I would have been very close, and I would have never had the problems on the ball club, because getting into problem or an argument or a fight with Thurman Munson was like getting into one with Derek Jeter. It's not going to work.
2-2 to Matsui, hit sharply through the right side for a base hit. So Matsui with a one-out single, and that'll bring up.
I go to cough and I push your cough button.
It's this one over here, Red.
I got it. And the one that says other guy is mine. The one that says Mike is Mike's. Okay.
You know what? It's not a big deal. How many times did they get to hear a Hall of Famer clear his throat? Chuck Hernandez will come out and talk with Brazelton, and he might get a pitcher as well. Lou lets Hernandez change pitchers. Talking right now. It was kind of neat. Lou Piniella hasn't been back for an old-timer. He got a nice hand, didn't he, Reggie?
Got a great hand, and I was in the clubhouse visiting Lou yesterday, and I said to him, what a great job your ball club is, what you've done for your ball club. Now, you got to have the players participate. You have to have the rest of your staff doing those type of things and parroting what you're saying and carrying out what you're saying. But, the ball club runs on and off the field right now. Like they have a chance to win the ball game. And Lou, you see the respect he gets from the fans and the players that he played with. So many people are still so proud of him. But the job that he's doing, Tampa Bay looks like they believe they can win every game they're going about playing, and it's really a credit to the manager.
Here's Miguel Cairo, runner on first base, runner goes, and it was a hit and run as Cairo fouls it off into the seats. Matsui had a very good jump.
If they could get or go after, and Kenny, you know this, just a few mid-level free agents, guys that make $4 or $5 million a year. You don't need to always have the guys that we chase, because we're in a different market and the demands are and the expectations are different. But if they could go after some mid-level players, you never know how far Lou could go.
Well, he's got to convince management to spend a little more money. They have the lowest payroll in the major leagues.
Well, I have a different.
Runner goes again. That's a hot shot up the middle. Base hit for Cairo. Matsui around second. He'll go to third. Baldelli thought about it, but smartly throws to second. Yankees are set up. Runners on first and third with one out, and Cairo continues to have a big year.
I have a different editorial about that, really, Kenny. Mostly all your sports franchises, you take another look at it. Go ahead, Kenny.
Well, there's the base hit twice in a row. It's kind of unusual to start the runner twice in a row, but Joe felt that Brazelton's come in with a strike, and then the base hit by Cairo has knocked Brazelton out of this game.
There's so many things that go into those kind of decisions for a manager, Joe, and it's all the statistics that are behind that, how often a guy throws strikes, how often or where he is in a count, how he performs against certain hitters, how he performs against certain counts. And so all those things come into play, and that's all the calculation and the anticipation, between Joe and Mel and Willie Randolph sitting there on the bench.
All right, so they're going to take out Brazelton. Reggie, you'll hang with us for a little bit?
I need more time to tell my stories.
There you go. Come on back. It'll be Jesus Colomé against Lofton. Well, Lou Piniella makes the singular call to the bullpen. Singular, the wireless company that fits you best. And Juan Brazelton did a pretty good job, but he leaves a first and third one-out jam here for reliever Jesus Colomé.
Oh, Michael, I think you can see that the potential is there for Brazelton to be a pretty good pitcher. Only allowed 4 hits. This is Colomé, who's been doing a pretty good job out of the bullpen. You can see the 20 strikeouts, 7 walks in 19 2/3 innings. This guy throws hard. A pretty good ERA, too, of 1.37.
Good situation for the Yankees because it's hard to double up Kenny Lofton, and he can also bunt. First and third, 1 man out. Game tied at 2, bottom of the 7th. Colomé deals. Pitches inside.
I think you guys both know, and you know, Kenny, that the thing for Kenny Lofton to do now is just put the bat on the ball and get your team ahead. And if Kenny puts the bat on the ball, he's got a great chance of beating the ball out, as you said, Mike, and we're going to be up 3-2.
Matsui's on third. Cairo is at first. 1 man out. The 1-0. Has to skip rope to get out of the way. 2-0.
Now here's a great situation for a hitter. It's 2 balls and no strikes. You know, the great pitchers of the past would throw you a dead fish. You know, rather than a normal fastball that was 90 or 91, or this guy say throws 94, 95, they'd throw you a little sinking fastball about 88 or 89. You'd miss it or top it. It takes guts to do that, but that's the true art of pitching.
Here's where Reggie Jackson would be leaning back, though. 2-0, 2 men on.
Be looking for the Soho trap.
Was that something to that? Yeah,
that was pretty good.
Well, I thought it was not. I thought it was kind of bad, but Kenny said to me, it's a great way of flattery. So
it's a
with my ego, it's easy to talk me into that.
Imitation, the greatest form of flattery, and then from first to home, it was you. The 2-0. And if you missed the Old Timers Day ceremonies, Luis Soho hit a home run. And he wanted the Reggie shot.
Not bad. I take it as a compliment.
Well, you had a lot of those. So. And he walks Lofton on 4 pitches. Bases loaded for Bernie Williams. Now, Reggie, Kenny always says, bases loaded. The hitter has to think the pitcher is the one with the pressure. Is that the way you thought about it?
It's the most fun time to hit. The first thing they're going to tell you, if these guys come out here, it's like the shortstop's on the mound, the catcher's in the mound. Okay, they're going to say, go after this guy now. The pitching coach would come out to the mound. The manager comes out to the mound. Go after this guy. So the first pitch, you're going to get a ball to hit. If you go ball 1, the next pitch, you're going to get a ball to hit. And if you go ball 2, I mean, it's the best time really to hit. So just relax, put the bat on the ball crisp and hard, and hit the ball in the center of the diamond. It is the most fun time to hit when you're playing baseball.
Bases loaded. The pitch to Bernie is outside, and Colomé does not have the plate.
And we're talking about Little League playground, big leagues. You know,
all of it.
American Legion, bases loaded. This is the time to get something
done. The whole
done.
basket.
Yeah.
Right now, it's 1-0. And now I'm dialing 8 here.
2-0, you're really dialing 8 now.
Now you say, just let me get one here. Now, what do you think this guy's going to tell him? To throw another ball? To be fine? And you know Lou's going to say, tell him to throw it over the plate. What's the matter with you?
Now, you played for Earl for a bit. I remember Earl sending Ray Miller out to the mound, and he had Ray Miller tell Dennis Martinez, if you don't get this next guy out, you're going to the minor leagues in the morning.
But this is a great time for a player to hit. I mean, you know the manager wants the ball thrown over the plate. You know the pitching coach wants the ball thrown over the plate. What more can you ask for?
Sitting alongside Ken Singleton and Hall of Famer Reggie Jackson here at Yankee Stadium. Games tied at 2. Full house at the ballpark on the 58th annual Old Timers Day. And Yankees are threatening to take a lead. Bases loaded. 1 man out. Leadoff hitter Bernie Williams at the plate. You see what he's done in these situations. The 2-0. Top back to the mound. Colomé will come home for 1. That's all they'll get. So 2 away.
That might have been that little sinker you were talking about, Reggie, that Bernie hit on top of. Let's see if there's movement on this pitch.
I think this ball is high, and Bernie swings at the ball high. That's not a good pitch. That just comes from being a little bit too anxious, or you're just not quite patient enough. That ball right there.
Yeah, it was.
Right there. He pulled off it a little bit and just not patient. That's not being relaxed and not waiting. And you can see it even happens to a great performer under pressure like Bernie Williams.
Well, we're sitting here with Mr. October, and who steps into the box but Mr. November, Derek Jeter. The only November home run.
This guy never, ever, ever ceases to amaze me.
Inside.
The play that he made against the Boston Red Sox is just unbelievable.
Reggie, you had 11 career Grand Slams. Amazingly, Derek, as clutch a player as he is, the active leader amongst players without a Grand Slam. 121 chances. He's never hit one out.
I think most of that is circumstances, Mike.
Got a great average.
I really do. I mean, you know, the first, to me, Derek's focus here is not long balls. When I went to the plate and the bases were loaded, most of the time I was thinking about getting them all, because I knew if I missed, I had a fly ball. I could run well from the left side. You couldn't double me up. This guy here is thinking about getting a run or two for the team, and his first thought is something to the right side to score. The home run will come for him, and it's not that important.
The 2-0. Takes the 2-0 for a strike, and Brooke Fordyce wants to talk with Column. I don't know if he was crossed
I mean,
up.
there's a time there, Mike, and Kenny, you know as well because you played. If that's me, you could have bet your house I'm not taking that.
No, I wasn't taking either.
Thank you. You know, but here's a guy here. He's thrown 2 balls, and so Derek's thought is, hey, I'm going to make you throw a strike. And there's nothing wrong with that thinking either. It'd be different if he was a 40 home run guy. I couldn't take a lot of pitches. I swung and missed too much. I struck out more than anybody that ever breathed, lived, or put on a pair of spikes. 2,500 in the major leagues. I also struck out in college, high school.
Line drive to right center field. That's a base hit. It gets past Cruz, and it goes to the wall. 1-run scores. 2-run score. Here comes Bernie. Here's the throw. He's in there. Jeter goes to third. He's in there. It's a bases-clearing double for Derek Jeter, and the Yankees lead 5-2.
Now, they got to put that on. That little piece of yours, that's a top 10 ESPN. You got the people at home jumping up and down. What are you talking about?
Oh, he talked about he doesn't hit the grand slams, but a lot of times.
Mike?
No.
That was a grand slam.
See, but a base hit will do the job in that situation.
Exactly.
The Yankees have the lead. Derek chases 3 of them home and ends up at third base himself. So he got the job done without hitting the ball out of the park.
Amazing. This guy's an amazing player. You just don't see the things that he does in the box score.
Here's Gary Sheffield with Jeter on third. And the pitch is outside, 1-0.
You know, you were talking a bit ago about investing in the ball club. This kid, look how he feels. He pitched his heart out. Now all these runs are his.
Yes. The one that gave him the lead is.
And now it drops the L on it.
Lieber, the pitcher of record on the winning side, or the lead side right now, and as Reggie just said, Brazelton could pick up the loss if the Devil Rays don't come back. 1-1. 2-1.
Well, Joe right now was thinking about how he can get it boxed up now. He thinks he got nails and hammer in the dugout there. And did Mariano go last night? Yeah, well, he might have to have an inning tonight. I mean, you know he's got 2/3.
Oh, absolutely. The 2-1. Outside 3-1. What do you think of Sheffield? He's had some year, Reggie.
Sheffield has brought us a personality, has brought us the kind of image and being able to project the toughness that is very good for the ball club and good for when we go different places. He gives you that aura that the Yankees are tough, that the Yankees are mean. He doesn't mouth off, doesn't say much, but you know he's not to be messed with.
3-1. Grounded to third. Backing up is Huff. He bobbles the ball. Everybody safe. Jeter scores. And the Yankees lead 6-2 on the E5.
A lot of overspin. Tough in between Hop. In fact, Sheffield hits this pretty hard. And Aubrey Huff, well, he didn't back up quick enough. He takes it right in the gut, and then he can't recover it in time to make the throw to first. And there's the difference in Jeter going to third base. you know, on the double there on the throw of the plate, ends up being another run.
It's something that you don't see when you're not down on the field. Guys like Alex Rodriguez and Sheffield, Bonds, these guys hit the ball so hard and swing so hard that that ball picks up speed like a golf ball on cement. And it's coming to you a lot faster than it leaves the bat. And it eats you up. It just gets on you. That's why here's a big league player at third base. It looks like he misjudged that ball. That ball just had more momentum every time it took a bounce.
Jeter just picked up 3 ribbies, also scored a run. He has 48 RBIs on the season. No ribby for Sheffield on the E5, but the run counts on the scoreboard. Now, A-Rod took a Jacksonian home run before Reggie. What did you think of that upper deck left field?
I always like distance. I love length. Love it.
Can't teach length.
No, I should have a commercial for a long distance phone company. I'd be the man for that.
There's a strike, 1-2.
You know, he was inside the hitting area where they had the filming room, and the first time he had punched out and then went after a ball that was in, and he said, I can't hit that ball. I said, well, you know, he said, I'm going to take it. And the next time up, you know, he was patient, stayed with what he does best, which is looking to hit the ball to right center, and boom.
He takes that one on the inside corner for the final out of the inning. But the Yankees take the lead, 4 runs on 3 hits, 1 error, and 1 man left. Derek Jeter with a triple, a double, and he went to third on the throw. He drove in 3 runs and gave the Yankees a lead. We go to the 8th inning. Yankees lead 6-2. Reggie, thanks for coming by. A pleasure.
Thanks, my friend.
You got it. That's Reggie Jackson. We'll be back.
Indians have not had a man past first base. And a ground ball to short. Velarde. He did it. He did it. No hitter for Jim Abbott. Jim Abbott throws a no-hitter and shuts out the Cleveland Indians 4-0.
Well, John Lieber's day is done. Now the Yankees turn it over to Tom Gordon to pitch the 8th, and he'll face Rocco Baldelli. Hot shot fair inside third, and it kicks out to Matsui. Baldelli is going to go for 2, and he will make it with a inning opening double. Second base hit of the afternoon for Baldelli. He's now 2 for 4.
That looks like he just looked for fastball. He got it and rips it just fair down the third base line. That is Dan Iasonia with the call. And with the type of speed that Baldelli has, he turned this into a double in a hurry. Even though the ball caromed out to Matsui and left.
Joe Torre had a little conversation with Iasonia. Thought that might have been a foul ball, but Iasonia convinced him otherwise. Tom Gordon, one of 8 Yankees going to the All-Star game. And the pitch to Huff is high. Yankees 8 players on the All-Star team are the most of any team in the majors this year. And in addition, 6 former Yankees have earned a spot on the rosters. Benitez, Clemens, Lilly, Lowell, Rogers, and Soriano. And Houston and Florida also have that many players, former players on the team.
So there will be a Yankee tinge outside of the Yankee contingent.
Absolutely. So 18, let's see, 14 guys either have been with the Yankees or are with the Yankees right now. Also, Jake Westbrook has now been added to the squad, so that's another Yankee, former Yankee, going to Houston.
Westbrook, of course, having a good year for the Cleveland Indians as one of their starters.
Here's an amazing stat. Carl Crawford is going for the Tampa Bay Devil Rays, and Carl Crawford is the only player going to Houston that has ever been a Devil Ray. There's not a former Devil Ray on the team, either the American League or the National League. Carl Crawford's the only guy with a Devil Ray pedigree. 2-1.
I don't think it'll be the last time Carl will be going to the All-Star. What is he, 22 years old? He's 22 and 11 months. He's the second youngest player on the American League All-Star team. Francisco Rodriguez of the Angels, a few months younger than Crawford.
Every other team in the majors has at least 3 current or former players that are 2004 All-Stars. A 3-1. Nubbed in front of the plate. Posada to Giambi, 1 away as Baldelli moves to third. Let's take a look at the Tampa Bay Devil Rays in-game box score, which is sponsored by your Tri-State Lincoln Mercury dealer. Devil Rays do have 10 hits, but they've managed only the 2 runs they scored in the first inning. 2 hits by Baldelli, 2 hits by Fick. Everybody's in the party except for Brooke Fordyce. Brooke Fordyce 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. There's Tino Martinez. He's 1 for 2. Had a sac fly in the first inning. And Tino has a chance to score the run from third. Tried to check the swing. Third base umpire Dan Iasonia said no, because with a 4-run lead, Yankees don't want another base runner. They will let this run score so the infield is back. But Tino, knowing his team is down by 4, not looking just for a ground ball and an RBI. He wants to keep the inning alive and get a base hit. The 0-1. And he drives that one to fairly shallow left. Matsui makes the catch. Tagging is Baldelli. Here's the throw. Here's the play. Bad hop. Baldelli got in. And the Yankees will argue this one. It's a sac fly for Tino Martinez. The Yankees lead 6-3.
I think the contention of Joe Torre and Jorge Posada is that Baldelli actually slid into the glove on the way by. Matsui played this well, and now we know he doesn't have a strong arm, but he got rid of it quickly and made a good throw. Did Jorge have the ball cleanly, or did he juggle? Now Baldelli comes back as if he had missed home plate. Well, we're going to get a couple looks at this one. It looks like he did touch home with his right foot. And I think the contention is that Jorge Posada was juggling the ball up against his chest protector and didn't come up with it cleanly. There is the contact before he touched home plate.
You know, that ball was kind of cradled in the heel of his glove, Kenny, and it's up for interpretation whether he had possession or not, because the tag was made before he got to home plate.
That is exactly true. There was contact. Baldelli brushed the glove while he was attempting to score.
1-0 to Lugo. There's a strike. That was a pretty strong throw from Matsui, who set himself nicely. Let's take another look.
Yeah, we talked about how Matsui is fundamentally sound. And here's a look at it again. And Posada comes back as if Baldelli had missed home plate, and Baldelli went back to touch as if he didn't think he had gotten it.
Well, it was clear from the replay that he had gotten home plate, and maybe Posada backpedaling to go and re-tag him made Jeff Kellogg say, well, he didn't get him the first time. So the tag is made before that right foot hits home plate, but did he have control? Another sac fly for Tino. Now has 44 runs batted in and 2 sac flies on the day. Yankees lead 6-3, top of the 8th. A 1-2. Missed outside, 2-2. Crowd of 54,680 here at the stadium on Old Timers Day, and seeing a pretty good present-day ball game. Yankees lead 6-3. 2-2, fouled away.
Well, the fans certainly could not help but be happy with the entertainment of the Old Timers game. I mean, that's a lot of fun. This game, of course, is more serious, but they'll certainly be happy if the Yankees leave with yet another win, and a win in the first 3 games of this 4-game series.
2-2. Just missed. Count full of 3-2. Gordon pitched yesterday, pitched the 1-2-3 8th inning, a fly ball and 2 strikeouts. Three-2. He struck him out. Something off speed upstairs. And that'll do it here in the 8th inning. For the Devil Rays, 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left. And the 1 run, oh so close to being the 3rd out of the inning. Pretty good throw by Matsui. Tough hop for Posada to handle. Bang, bang, you're safe. Let's take a look at the Yankees in-game box score, which is sponsored by your Tri-State Lincoln Mercury dealer. Yankees have picked up 5 hits, but they've certainly made the most of their 5 hits. Derek Jeter has 1 hit in 4 at-bats, but that 1 hit was a bases-clearing, bases-loaded double. That's why he has the 3 ribbies. Alex Rodriguez, a monster home run into the upper deck in left field, a 2-run shot. And the Yankees have made it work. And they lead 6-3 as we head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Jason Giambi will lead off against Bobby Say. And the pitch is a strike from Say, 0-1. C pitched in the first game of this series and gave up the hit to the only batter he faced. There's a strike.
Faced Matsui in the 7th inning with the bases loaded. Matsui hit a ground rule double over the wall in left center field on the first pitch. So C threw 1 pitch.
And the 0-2 outside. Well, the Devil Rays' vaunted bullpen has certainly not done the job in this series so far against the Yankees. Colome came in and gave up that big bases clearing double to Jeter. We mentioned Bobby C on Thursday gave up that big double to Matsui. Count 2-2. Double-barreled action in the Yankee bullpen. The other pitcher that you saw throwing near Mariano Rivera is Sam Marcinet.
And that's just in case the Yankees score here and take it away from being a save situation, which it is right now. Mariano's warming up just in case the Yankees do not score.
And Giambi strikes out, 1 away. Bobby C, the 3rd pitcher used by the Devil Rays. Dewan Brazelton started. Jesus Colome came on in relief in the 7th. And now Bobby C. Posada hits one deep to left center field, but Baldelli is there, 2 away. Tonight after the postgame, the baseball continues right here on Yes when the Bombers' single-A affiliate Staten Island Yankees host their interborough rivals and Mets farm team, the Brooklyn Cyclones. Got to join Joe Girardi and Spiro Ditas as they call all the action live from Richmond County Bank Ballpark. Tonight after the postgame, that's right here on Yes. So you, in one day, Kenny, you could see the past, the present, and the future on Yes.
Well, that's amazing.
There's Matsui. And there's a strike.
And in that game, it's going to be played following ours with the Staten Island Yankees. You could see some of the Yankee past and the future because Tommy John is the manager of that team. Former Yankee, great left-hander. And Joe Girardi will be calling that game.
Yankees lead Tampa Bay 6-3. And the 1-1. Breaking ball, 2-1. Yankees 6, Tampa Bay 3 here in the bottom of the 8th. And the pitch is high. And the count now 3-1. Miguel Cairo is on deck. Matsui started the Yankees' 4-run rally in the 7th inning, innocently enough with a single with 1 out. And he walks Matsui with 2 outs.
Yankees have received 7 base on balls today. 5 from Brazelton, 1 from Colomé, and now 1 from C. Against a team like the Yankees, when you hand out base on balls, you are just, and Lou knows it, you can see him shake his head and get a little upset with each and every one of them. One of the key hits in this game was the base hit by Cairo following the single by Matsui. Twice in a row, Joe Torre put the hit and run on. The first time, Cairo fouled the ball off. And he came right back with it on the next pitch, and Cairo got a base hit and chased Matsui to third. And that opened up the door for a 4-run inning in the 7th for the Yankees. You know, we talk about the Yankees have scored, what, 44% of their runs on home runs? Well, last night they had 2 sacrifices that helped build innings in a 5-4 victory. And today it was a hit and run that actually propelled them to a 4-run inning. So they've started to mix in other ways to score runs, which is always good. You can't always be reliant on the home run. I mean, it's nice, and you score in a hurry, but you got to have a diversified offense. And the best teams that can do that, because there are days when you're going to face pitchers that just don't give them up. You're going to have to find other ways to score some runs. So the percentage will go down today because only 33% of their runs today came via the home run. And if you ask Joe, I bet you he would like that they're doing other things to score. Not that you're going to turn down the home run, Kenny, but the way this lineup is now constituted, guys like Cairo, Lofton, Jeter, Bernie, Joe Torre can do more things, almost like what he used to do with the 96 team, send runners. They have some speed now. Yes, the middle of the lineup, you know, is power. Sheffield, A-Rod, Giambi, Posada. We understand that, but the other guys can do things. Well, even A-Rod can steal bases. Yes. I mean, he's got 18 of them. And Cairo goes down on strike, so that's going to do it for the Yankees in the 8th. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left. Yankees lead by 3. That means it's time for Mariano Rivera. New York Yankees baseball is being brought to you in part by Avis, the official rental car company of the New York Yankees. By Samsung. Excellence is within everything we create. And by McDonald's. Love it. Perfect time to show Monument Park on Old Timers Day. A lot of those plaques came alive as we were visited by some of the people that have made this franchise the leader in championships with 26. Yankees trying to build another one slowly but surely. They have the best record in baseball, and they're trying for another win right now. They bring in Mariano Rivera to close this out. In all likelihood, he'll get a plaque. There's no doubt in my mind. Picked up the save in nail-biting fashion last night. Devil Rays had the bases loaded. 3-2 count, down by 1, but Baldelli popped up to Tony Clark at first to end the game. And Tony Clark's at first base again in this 9th inning. I think he's going to get a plaque in more than one place. I think you're right. Mariano with the save yesterday is #1 in the American League. 31 saves before the All-Star break. Going for 32 right now. And you can see from that graphic, the previous high was 30.
by Dennis Eckersley. Eckersley did it in 1992. High fly ball, shallow center, lofted, one down.
Cutter got it on the hands of Fick, and he popped it up in the short center field. Fickett had a nice afternoon going. He had a couple of hits. Now he's 2 for 4.
Now, Lou Piniella will send up a pinch hitter, Fred McGriff, for Brooke Fordyce. Fordyce was 0 for 3. All of those at-bats against starter John Lieber. Popped up, broken back toward third. A-Rod, 2 away. And here is Ray Sanchez. Sanchez 1 for 3 today. One out away. Right back to Rivera. This will do it. He flips the cork, and the Yankees win the game 6-3. So in front of the 14th sellout of the year at Yankee Stadium, Alex Rodriguez hit a monster 2-run home run into the upper deck in left field. John Lieber pitched well. Tom Gordon did his job. Mariano Rivera closed it out, and Derek Jeter with a huge bases-clearing double in the 7th inning that broke the game open. So on a day when the Yankees celebrate their past, their present looks pretty rosy as well, as they put another W up on the board, and they continue having the best record in Major League Baseball. This has become old hat for them, but it never gets old. A lot of celebration, 54,680 at the stadium. They can head home happy. They spent a good day at the ballpark where they watched the greats of the past and the greats of the present. Alex Rodriguez, his first Yankee Stadium Old Timers Day, and the Yankee record at home is now 32-12. Home sweet home. Tomorrow they try to make it home sweet home. We'll come back. Stay right here. A great day at Yankee Stadium, Old Timers Day, and today's Yankees beat the Tampa Bay Devil Rays 6-3 in front of the 14th sellout crowd of the year here at the stadium. Let's take a look now at the play of the game, brought to you by Continental Airlines, the official airline of the New York Yankees.
Well, the play of the game comes in the bottom of the 7th inning, just after the stretch. The fans are on their feet once again as Derek Jeter hits a 3-run double that puts the Yankees in the lead. That's our Continental Airlines play of the game.
Yankees win this one 6-3. Another come-from-behind victory for them. They were down 2-0 after 1. They tied it at 2-2. They ended up winning it 6-3, 6-5-0 Yanks. 3-10-1 at Devil Rays. Lieber the win, 7-5. Brazelton the loss, 2-2. Rivera his 32nd game save. Time of the game a manageable 2:31. Jeter 1 for 4, 3 ribbies and 1 run scored. Alex Rodriguez 1 for 4, but the one allowed one, a 2-run home run into the upper deck in left field. Rare real estate up there. So who is the player of the game? Could be so many people. Player of the game brought to you by Saab. Welcome to the state of independence.
Well, the player of the game, our Saab player of the game, is the Yankees starting pitcher, John Lieber. 7 strong innings, a couple of runs. Didn't walk anybody, but that's not news. 5 strikeouts for Lieber. He is our Saab player of the game.
Well, the Yankees have taken the first 3 games of this 4-game set, and they try for the sweep tomorrow. Coming up on the YES Network, stay tuned for the Nissan New York Yankees postgame with Fred Hickman and Susan Waldman, featuring complete game analysis and interviews. The senior producer of the YES Network, and today's game produced by Kevin Smolin. Directed by John Moore. Studio produced by Bill Boland. Supervising producer, Woody Fryman. And the executive producer of the YES Network is Mr. John Filippelli. Join us again tomorrow for Yankees baseball as the Bombers take on the Devil Rays right here at Yankee Stadium. The coverage will begin at 12:30 with the New York Yankees pregame show. For more on the YES Network, buy a computer, turn it on, then log on to YesNetwork.com. Once again, the final score on Old Timers Day here at Yankee Stadium. The New York Yankees 6 and the Tampa Bay Devil Rays 3. We'll be back from the booth with some final thoughts in a moment. But now, let's go to Fred Hickman in our studios.
Thank you very much, Michael. Welcome, everybody, back to our YES Studios and tonight's edition of the Nissan Post-Game Show. Once more, the final tally from the stadium, 6-3 in favor of the Yankees. And so, the Bombers have captured this 4-game series and will now look to complete the sweep tomorrow afternoon and head on into the All-Star break on a winning note. The Yankees' record now standing at 54-31, 32-12 at home. The lead over the Boston Red Sox, 6.5 games. The Red Sox taking on the Rangers later on tonight at Fenway Park. Now, in case you missed any or all of the highlights of this afternoon's game, we've got them for you right here. Old Yankee teammates getting together there, cheering the late Thurman Munson's wife, Diane, who throws out the first pitch hit Old Timers Day. Oh, what a day it was at the ballpark. Top of the first, 1-0 double raise, 1 out. Runners on the corners. John Lieber dealing to Tino Martinez, who hits one deep to center. Kenny Lofton hauls it in at the track, but Jose Cruz Jr. tags up and scores without a throw. So it's 2-0 double raise there. Now we move ahead to the top of the 4th inning. Runner on first, and Robert Fick rips one to right. Julio Lugo tries to advance to third, but Gary Sheffield with the perfect strong throw to Miguel Cairo, who cuts it off and in a perfect strike to A-Rod, gunning Lugo out at third. So good defense by the Yanks there. Bottom of the 4th inning, runner on first. Alex Rodriguez got every little bit of this pitch. Juan Brazelton is taken into the upper deck, 6 rows deep. A-Rod's 22nd of the year, game tied at 2. Top 6, 2 outs, first and second, and John Lieber gets out of the jam by striking out Brooke Fordyce to end the frame. Bottom 7, runner on first, and Miguel Cairo, the single up the middle on the hit and run. That advances Hideki Matsui to third base. Juan Brazelton's last batter he would face. That really opened up the floodgates. Big hit by Cairo. Same inning, 2 outs, bases loaded. Derek Jeter comes through in the clutch. A rip double to right off Jesus Colomé. So he selects 3 from Colomé. 3 runs come in. Cairo, Lofton, and Bernie Williams. And Jeter advancing to third on the throw home, scored a double and make it a 5-2 Yankees game. Both teams go on to tack on 1 run, but the Yankees do win it by a final count of 6-3 on only 5 hits along the way. John Lieber for the 3rd start, solid 7 innings of work, 9 hits. He was nails after giving up the 2 runs in the 1st inning. Brazelton takes the loss. He is 2-2, and what else is new? Mo Rivera gets his 32nd save of the season. Now, right now, we want to get you back out to the stadium, bring in Michael Kay and Ken Singleton. And, guys, a great day, but we'll start with John Lieber in the regular game, if you will. John Lieber, very, very tough for the 3rd consecutive outing, as I mentioned just a moment ago. A little bit of trouble in the 1st inning. After that, lights out.
Well, there was some concern with John Lieber. He had that tough stretch where everything was up in the zone. When he's up in the zone, there's problems. You saw some of that in the 1st inning, but that's normal for Lieber. Throughout his career, he struggled early, but boy, he settled down and really was dealing.
Yeah, you wonder if there's any way to fix that, though, Michael. You don't want to be behind the 8 ball in every single game right at the start of the ball game, but you're right. He did come on. I thought once again for the 2nd consecutive start, he had a great breaking ball. Right-handed hitters had all kinds of problems with him during the course of the game, particularly the bottom of the lineup where he picked up most of his strikeouts with that slider against the likes of Lugo and Brooke Fordyce. So John Lieber settles down, gives the Yankees a chance to come from behind, something they've done very well during the course of the year.
And remember one thing, Fred, he is coming back from Tommy John surgery, and we hear so many stories about how you come back, when you're going to be top flight, when you're going to be really, really strong. And the more starts he puts together, the more arm strength he builds, and you can only guess that he's going to be a better pitcher in the 2nd half than he's been in the 1st.
Yeah, he struggled for a bit there prior to these last 3 starts, and I think that he and Mel Stoudemire came up with a plan, and they're sticking to it, and it looks pretty good. The plan is not to throw quite as much in between starts in preparation for his next start, which means he doesn't wear out his arm quite as much, a little bit more time to recover, and then he comes out and pitches well this next time out. It's worked the last 3 times.
Now, one of the interesting thing about baseball is what you can do with the numbers. Lieber 5-1 at home, but not so good on the road. But that's pretty much his MO the last 2 years with the Cubs, and then, of course, this season so far with the Yanks.
He likes home cooking, I guess. I don't know if there's any explanation, because with the Cubs, that's a small ballpark, and he was much better there than he was on the road. This is a big ballpark, and he obviously likes pitching here.
Yeah, rabid fans at Wrigley Field, though, and rabid fans, of course, here at Yankee Stadium, more of them. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the formula. Fans behind him, brings up the energy, and he pitches better.
All right, now let's talk about the offense. Brazelton, not bad out there, shows a lot of potential, giving up only the 5 hits, but the Yankees really doing a good job of manufacturing runs, especially in the 7th inning.
And you know what hurts Brazelton, and it hurt the pitchers yesterday for Tampa Bay as well? You can't give a free pass to a Yankee batter because the lineup is so deep, somebody's going to hurt you. So Brazelton got into some trouble in the 6th, then more trouble in the 7th. They had to go to the bullpen, and Derek Jeter delivers the crushing blow.
Yeah, walks killed the Devil Rays last night's ball game, and it didn't hurt them again this afternoon here at the stadium. Brazelton walked 5, the relievers walked a couple, and Lou Piniella, every time we check the dugout after a base on balls, you can see he's either looking at the pitching coach or he's not happy at somebody, because he knows when you open the door for these Yankees, they're going to walk right through it.
And the one thing that the Devil Rays have to do, they've got to produce young pitching, as we said during the game. They can't afford to go out and get big-name free agents. That's not what's going to get them better. They produce positional players that do very, very well. Brazelton has to come through for them. He has to step up and be a very good pitcher.
Yeah, Lou pointed out that they have some pitchers might be coming after the All-Star break. Doug Wechter, who gives them innings, has been out with a finger injury. He should be coming back after the All-Star break. And Seth McClung, who's he too is recovering from Tommy John surgery. He might be back later in the year, and he was someone who showed some promise before he went down with the elbow injury about a year ago.
And Fred, during the All-Star break, Kenny and I are going to get Tommy John surgery to be better broadcasters.
I may get in on that too, if it works. Now, listen, we talked about little ball, the way the Yankees manufactured the runs, the 4 runs in the 7th inning. But that home run by A-Rod, that Manilesque, and I think you guys made that point.
It was an amazing home run. There are very few home runs that go up there. That's rarefied territory. It's more reset than the one in right field, so we see more right field upper deck home runs. That's a special territory to hit a bomb.
Yeah, when you impress Reggie Jackson with a long-distance home run, you know you're impressing someone. Reggie even, applauded that one off the bat of A-Rod. That's, to me, is the longest one he's hit as a Yankee so far. I know he's among the league leaders with 22, but that's especially here at Yankee Stadium, that's been the longest shot he's hit.
And the couple that we remember that have ever gone up there, Cecil Fielder and Jose Canseco, those were noted big men home run guys. Alex Rodriguez is the whole package. He hit for average drives and runs, and that was just a product of what he does. That was an amazing home run.
Well, the coaching job he did with Bobby probably wasn't quite as good. He didn't get one to go out, but earlier at the Old Timers Day festivities, it's always a very, very special time. This is the 58th, and they just seem to get better every year.
Well, it's an unbelievable day for an unbelievable franchise because, I said this on the field as well. The men that come out there are like little pinstripes on the uniform. They've created this legacy. They all played a small role in the 39 pennants and the 26 world championships. Even if you weren't on a team that won a title, a guy like Don Mattingly, you laid the groundwork for the team that came after you, or you picked up the ball from somebody else. This is a special place to be. There's so many greats that can come back. I think the Yankees can throw an Old Timers Day like no other team can.
Yeah, and the fact is that the current team, when they see these guys come out, they know that these are the guys who laid the groundwork, if you will. They want to do the same sort of thing. So when it comes their time to come back for Old Timers Day, they can come on and get the applause that these guys have gotten today.
And you know what you said, Fred? It's true. They're only going to get better because we haven't even seen O'Neill take that line yet. We haven't seen Brocious do it. We haven't seen Girardi. So when all of those players start to come back, the people are more contemporary right now. They remember those players even more. It's going to continue to be a special day because when you win championships of late like the Yankees have, you create memories and you bring those memories back on Old Timers Day. So this is going to be a continuing great thing and a great day at Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, an incredibly fun day to watch. And you guys did a great job handling your chores, by the way, as well. Now, turning back to the current Yankees, they wrap up the series tomorrow, have a chance to sweep it, go into the All-Star break with all kinds of momentum, and nobody wants to win more and be sharp than Mike Mussina, who's 0-2 with an ERA approaching 10 in his last 2 starts.
Yeah, Mike Mussina's had a weird season. His record's not that bad, but he hasn't pitched anywhere close to the way he's pitched in the past. He started off slowly, reeled off those 8 wins in a row. The last 2 games have not been impressive, but it's lurking there. His arm's not hurting him. The stuff is still there, so sooner or later he's going to put it together.
Yeah, plus the fact the club has some momentum here. They've won 3 straight from the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. They want to finish the first half of the season, if you will, with a win. And Mike Mussina, the Yankees are now 20 games over 500 at home, 32-12. That's the best record in Major League Baseball in their home park, and he doesn't want to do anything to mar that.
All right, guys, thank you very much, Michael Kay, Ken Singleton. Once again, a great job with the Old Timers Day festivities as well as today's game, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thanks, Fred. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, guys. Well, plenty more still to come here on the New York Yankees post-game show on Yes. We got to hear from the skipper, Joe Torre. Also, we'll have reaction from the Yankees clubhouse. Susan Waldman on patrol there. All that and a lot more coming up as we continue the post-game show in just a moment. 6-3, the Yankees winners over Tampa Bay.
All right, let's start with the offense and Jeter. That kind of clutch hitting, you get used to it, but do you ever really get used to what he does?
I'll tell you, you keep shaking your head, and when you realize where he was about 6-7 weeks ago, and it's remarkable what this, what Derek Jeter has done. I mean, he handles pressure as well as any player I've ever been around. However, it wouldn't have been possible without A-Rod tying it up, because we didn't get a whole lot. I mean, Brazelton pitched very, very well. I mean, he kept us off balance with the changeup and the fastball, and just wild enough to be effective.
Do you see what difference did you see in Lieber in that first inning, and then in the second inning he seemed to find whatever it was he didn't have in the first?
It looked to me, Susan, like he was just sort of guiding the ball in the first inning. He just didn't look like he had his legs under him, and then he started getting a little more comfortable, and you saw a little more zip on the ball. But after the first 3 hitters, you sort of sat there and when you were waiting, you were curious what was going to happen next. And, giving up 2 runs is fine. I mean, he got some outs in doing it and settled in, gave us a chance to get back in the game, and then a chance to win it.
And what did you see from Brazelton? What made him so difficult?
Well, I think the fact that he was just wild enough to keep you from really zeroing in on his zone. And he's come up with a terrific changeup, which, as big as he is, and that, he can throw a fastball, that changeup really has good motion on it, and I think that's what got everybody really off balance today. How
much do you like the way this offense is doing more than just hitting those big kinds of home runs?
Well, that's it. We're starting to manufacture things. The hit and run there in the 7th inning, which was huge for us. Cairo has been such a good player for us, and being able, after Bernie makes the out, for Jeter to come through with that big hit.
So a 6-3 win, the end of a very, very memorable day at Yankee Stadium. The 58th Old Timers Day festivities taking place earlier this afternoon. Got started about 2 o'clock at the stadium, and certainly that's worth taking another look at, and let's do that for you right now. Phil Rizzuto, the scooter, the last guy introduced, got a huge round of applause from the fans. Then, of course, out in Monument Park, Don Mattingly unveiling Yankee Hall of Famer Red Rupping's plaque. That'll be the newest addition out in Monument Park. Diane Munson, the wife of the late Yankee great Thurman Munson, throwing out the first pitch of the Old Timers game. It's been 25 years since the untimely death of the Yankees captain.
I got to hold it back for you. What is it? It's one of my bats, and hit it here. Oh, hit it. Hit it here. Thanks for the thanks. Go ahead. Appreciate it. Hit it right there now. It says hit it here.
Thurman Munson's good friend, Bobby Mercer, our very own. A-Rod was his coach this year. That didn't look too good early on for Bobby. He was looking for a home run. Not there. 2-1 Bombers leading the Clippers. And then Bobby taking the field. Or did the field take him on that particular play? Off the bat of Brian Doyle. I think Bobby may have tweaked a hammy out there. That's okay. But you know what? Bobby's a gamer. Watch what he does the next opportunity he gets in the bottom of the 2nd. Full of confidence. Goose Gossage appreciating the good work there. A lot of fun. Top of the 3rd inning. Here's Bobby again in the box. It's a rope. Liner. A P out in the right field. Bobby with a terrific hit. Losing sound equipment along the way. A couple of batters later, Louisiana Lightning dealing to Luis Sojo, and Sojo goes yard to left. And he goes into the Reggie trot coming around first base. 5-2 the final score as the Yankee Bombers beat the Yankee Clippers. Bobby Mercer with a ground out and a single. Sojo with the single, the solo home run. Willie Randolph had a double and a run. And Kevin Moss with a single, triple, and RBI in his very first appearance at the Old Timers Day festivities. 5-2 the final score there. 6-3 the current Yankees defeating the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. We're going to take a break, but when we come back, we're going to check on other action around the league. We'll have more reaction from the clubhouse. Susan Waldman's going to join me, so sit tight. We'll be back in just a moment. And welcome back, everybody, to the New York Yankees post-game show on Yes. I'm Fred Hickman here in our Yes studios. Once more, 6-3 the final score as the Yankees take out the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. They have won the first 3 of this 4-game series. Go for the sweep tomorrow. John Lieber picks up the win. Tom Gordon comes on, very effective in the 8th. And, of course, Mo came on in the 9th. 1-2-3, and save number 32 of the season is on the books for Mariano Rivera. Now, he already has the record. 31 was the record of number of saves before the All-Star break, so he just tacks on to that today. So Mo continuing to be very, very tough, very strong after struggling a little bit last night. Oh, a lot last night, as a matter of fact. But he zipped right through the order there for Tampa Bay in the 9th inning. 1, 2, 3, game over. The Yankees win it, and Mo had an awful lot to do with that, of course. Here he continues to climb the charts, all-time saves leaders, and you see there he has surpassed Rob Nin and is now 11th all-time with 315 career saves. Susan Waldman caught up with Mo just a few moments ago. Let's hear what he had to say.
Good for you to have this kind of an inning, this kind of an easy inning after, you didn't pitch for a while, then you pitched a couple of days in a row. Are you back to where you need to be right now?
Well, I mean, I'm feeling good. So, and yesterday was a little tough on throwing strikes, Ball was moving all over the play, and couldn't throw strikes the way I want to. Today I came back and I was better.
Is there anything that you do when that happens, or do you just chalk that up to not pitching for a while and then coming in and you haven't been pitching every day?
Not really, I don't face any hitters, on those times, but I'm throwing bullpens. I mean, it's not the same, but it's better than nothing. So, I mean, I think I can say nothing about that.
Mariano, what about this offense now, the way it's starting to do more than hit home runs, and when you look at what Jeter does with the bases loaded and his clutch play, as you watch that, how terrific is that to watch?
I mean, to me, I've seen Jeter doing that many times, and doesn't surprise me. He plays the game the way it is, and that's how he is, and that's why he will be here for long, because, I mean, he played the game and didn't care about himself, he just cared about the game.
Okay, every single year you're out there watching the old-timers. What are you thinking when you're watching all those guys?
I love it, I love it when I'm there, especially with Bauer. I love him, and he made me laugh, and it's great to see those guys, and see the Yankees, because that's all about Yankees, and to me, it's a great pleasure, and hopefully, one day we'll be there.
And so Mariano saves the game for the starter, John Lieber, who, again, for the third consecutive start, has looked very good out there. He gave up 2 runs in the first inning. He worked 7, but gave up nothing the last 6 innings of work out there. 96 pitches, 76 of those delivered for strikes to improve his record to 7-5 on the season. Gave up 9 hits along the way, but again, only the 2 runs. To no one's surprise, he walked nobody. He hardly ever does. And here's what he had to say to Susan a few moments ago.
So do you try and feel for things that aren't working in the first inning to change between the first and second inning?
Yeah, it's it was a situation I think I felt so good. I was really missing probably by a foot on some of my pitches. My slider was up a little bit in that first inning, and it felt like later on in the game started to get a little bit better, a little bit more bite.
So how do you do that? How do you adjust if if everything is too hard in the first inning? You can consciously make that adjustment.
Well, I think I was overthrown at times, and so I just told myself after that just to stay back and relax and let the guys play behind you.
Does it change things for you when A-Rod hits that home run? Do you relax a little more?
Oh, that was huge. Because he was throwing the ball great, and it's a situation where get later in the game, you definitely got to keep the ball game where it's at, and that was 2 big runs right there.
Derek, when you see that column A is that wild, and he walks Kenny on 4 pitches, then Bernie first 2, what are you looking for there?
Well, he fell behind me too well. I was going to take a strike, and he threw a fastball for a strike, and then I was just looking for a fastball down because he throws so hard. It's kind of difficult to catch up to.
When you're in that kind of situation, you're just trying to get the ball somewhere where you can drive it to get as many runs and not necessarily hit it out.
Well, no. If you haven't noticed, I'm not really a home run hitter with the bases loaded. So it's just basically just trying to hit the ball hard somewhere.
What about this kind of game and this offense that is now starting to do other things, manufacture runs, besides just hit home runs?
Well, we really didn't have too many hits there into that inning. Cairo came up with a huge hit and run to move Masui to third base, and then we were able to score some runs that inning. But our offense has been pretty good for a while now.
We'll take a break here, but coming up, we'll have more from the Yankee game, plus a report from Joe Girardi and Spiro Ditas out with the Baby Bombers in Staten Island, so stay tuned. That's coming up next. And welcome back, everybody, to the New York Yankees post-game show on Yes. I'm Fred Hickman at the stadium. 6-3 the final score as the Yankees win. And coming up at the bottom of the hour at 7:30 is minor league baseball action. The Staten Island Yankees and the Brooklyn Cyclones. Joe Girardi and Spiro Ditas have a little preview for us.
Fred, thank you very much. We welcome you inside Richmond County Bank Ballpark here in Staten Island as we continue to get you set for the Brooklyn Cyclones and the Staten Island Yankees coming up tonight. First pitch here on Yes at 7:35 Eastern Time. Spiro Ditas, Joe Girardi with you, and a lot to look forward to. Joe, you were here a couple of weeks ago, and you look down on this roster. This is almost an entirely different team. So Tommy John dealing with a lot of turnover.
Yeah, and it's a lot of new faces that he doesn't know. And what happens is kids come in from the draft, but they've also brought a couple of young kids up from the Gulf Coast Yankees.
Now, on the other side, the Brooklyn Cyclones, of course, the Mets Class A affiliate, winners last night, the first game of this 3-game series, 5-0, a game played in Brooklyn at Keyspan Park. Jim Burt Jr. is here. He's played 7 games, of course, the son of former New York football giant Jim Burt, and he's impressed a lot of people. He is the designated hitter for Tony Taherna's Cyclones, and a lot of people feel like there is some potential there for Jim Burt Jr.
Well, he comes from great stock, and he's a big kid that has some power, and he played at the University of Miami, a very fine program. So a lot of people believe that he has a chance to be another professional player in New York.
Now, they call this the Battle of the Boroughs. This is the second of 12 regular season meetings, and we'll have the first pitch for you coming up here on Yes at 7:35. Right now, we send it back to Fred Hickman in our Yes Network studios. Fred?
All right, thanks a lot, guys. We'll look forward to it at the bottom of the hour. Now, let's get you caught up on some of the other baseball going on around the majors today, this afternoon, and getting started this evening. The Braves and the Phillies this afternoon. Beginning of the Charles Thomas show. One on in the first for Bobby Abreu, but Thomas robs him of extra bases with a diving grab out there. Scoreless up until the 5th inning of this game when Thomas strides to the plate. He takes the Paul Abbott fastball deep to left center field and out, his second career big fly, and the Braves up 1-0. Thomas not done yet. Now with 1 on in the 7th. Turns on the Real Cormier offering, capping a 3-for-4 2-home run performance. Larry Boa is doing another slow burn. Boy, he's had a tough week. Mike Hampton picks up his first win against the Phillies since September 23rd of the year 2000 as the Phillies are blanked 4-0. The Mets and the Marlins in progress down in South Florida, starting the bottom of the 1st inning. 1 on from Miguel Cabrera, singles to center. Juan Pierre scores. Cabrera goes to second on Mike Cameron's error out there. And Florida up 1-0, just like that. Next batter, Mike Lowell, unloads on the Tom Glavine pitch. Deep to left and out, his 20th home run of the year. Marlins up 3-0 after 1. Now in the 3rd inning, runner on third, Brad Penny gets Cliff Floyd swinging. Marlins still leading 3-0 at that point, and that's where they stand right now in the bottom of the 4th inning. Glavine still in there at 7-6. Penny in there as well at 7-7. So here are the Eastern standings in the National League to the moment. Philadelphia still with the lead. They lead the Mets by a game and a half now. The Braves are 2 back, but the Braves are hot, having won 7 of their last 10 ball games coming in. Now the Central Division of the National League, the Cubs and the Cardinals. Cardinals are smoking hot, and so is this guy, Jim Edmonds. Had homered in 3 consecutive games coming into the day, make it 4. Takes Matt Clement deep to right field, a 2-run shot, his 20th of the year. Dusty Baker not happy. On to the 2nd. Runners on the corners for the Cubs, but Ramon Martinez grounds into the 6-4-3 inning-ending double play. Or was it? Martinez is ticked. One more look shows that Albert Pujols was on the base. Jeff Suppan agrees with the call. Now to the top of the 6th inning, still 3-1 Cards. Sammy Sosa, he crushed that ball. Opposite way off Suppan, his 15th of the year. Cubs sneak within 1, but too much from the Cardinals. Bottom 8, 1 on. Hector Luna lines one over Moises Alou's head. Edmonds scores all the way from first. Cardinals led it 4-2, and they win the battle. The I-55 series by a final count of 5-2. The Cardinals a perfect 8-0 on the current homestand and have won 10 straight games at home. And you know what? They're starting to run away and hide from everybody in the Central Division. Cubs and the Reds both 8 games behind the Cardinals right now. Milwaukee 9 back, Astros 10.5 back. They have to be very disappointed. And there you see Pittsburgh 14 games off the pace. Now here's a look at the National League action on deck for tonight and in progress. There you see Colorado has defeated San Diego 6-2. L.A. knocks off Houston 3-1. Cincinnati, Milwaukee, top of the 2nd and scoreless. Montreal leading Pittsburgh 1-0 at the bottom of the 1st in San Juan. And later, Arizona and San Francisco will get after each other at 10 o'clock Eastern time. Now we got a final in from this afternoon. The Angels beating the Blue Jays by a final count of 11-2, counting out 12 hits along the way. Escobar gets the win. He's now 5-5, and Ted Lilly is now 7-6 with the loss. The Boston Red Sox are underway against the Texas Rangers at Fenway. Bottom of the first. After the leadoff single by Johnny Damon, Mark Bellhorn rips one off Kenny Rogers down the left field line. Damon comes all the way around to score from first on the Bellhorn double, and the Red Sox lead it 1-0. Boy, is Damon hot or what these days? Next batter, Nomar Garciaparra takes the gambler deep to left and over the green monster for the 2-run homer. His 4th home run of the year makes it 3-0 Boston. So the Red Sox, who at this moment trail the Yankees by 6 1/2 games, there you see the score, 3-0, bottom of the first inning.